want to go to my page, it seems that it's like, oh, this person's watching live. Do you want to watch live now? And I have to click watch live, and then it goes right to the thing. It's got to reload the page again, which is kind of dumb. I don't mind the new look of this Twitch outlay, but good grief. Just give me the new outlay, but just bring the chat up on the side when I go live. Something. Anyway, hello everybody. Welcome to Shibuya Scramble Part 2. Yeah, just waiting for the chat to come up there before I start things off. Okay. Okay, this is the end of the tutorial for this part of the story. You can reread previous tutorial messages via the main menu. There's a lot more. Go to sleep. Clock. Alright. So, for anybody who is watching right now, who should we play first? Shall we play Kano, Ichi, Tama, Osawa, Minorikawa? Yeah. I'm gonna wait for the minute mark. Well, not technically the minute mark, but a minute from when I looked at the timer on the page. That'll be at like 3:30 or 3:40, I should say. Okay, alright. Waited a minute for somebody to come in, but nothing. Alright, so I'm gonna choose. Let's go with Osawa. Wealth, status, honor. None of these mean anything to me. All I want is a peaceful life. To put worry behind me. Stay calm and serene. To be free of worldly concerns. Free at any cost. A cheery rhythm pumped from the CD player set up against the study wall. It was the latest hit from Aya Kamiki, the songwriter sensation who was blowing up the pop charts. Genji Osawa reached for the stereo remote on his desktop. He ratcheted the volume up a little louder. He looked like the sort of man who would be more interested in classical music, but in fact, he was a huge fan of the girl rock popular with middle schoolers. Closing his eyes, he swayed back and forth in time with the music, humming its favorite lyrics under his breath, but his movements faltered. It's no use. Aya's voice usually soothed whatever ailed him, but today even she couldn't help. Today, Osawa was a complete wreck in both body and mind. Mounds of paperwork were scattered across the desktop in the study. Identify the infection route of UA virus? Oh. All of it about viruses and vaccines. Okay, this game took place pre-pandemic days. Just let everyone know that. It had only been a week since he returned from a business trip to his company's branch office in the US, and he was slated to go back in another week's time. There was a truly staggering amount of work he needed to get through while he was at home. He picked up one of the papers, glanced at it aimlessly, then tossed it back onto the desk. Slumping back in his chair, he let out a long, deep sigh. Tomo! Hey, Tomo. Yeah, missed it by like 2 minutes? Or 3? I went with Osama, not the cat. Nobody was here. I didn't want to pick the cat just in case people were late getting in. So you did not miss the. Oh no. Yeah, I didn't pick it just in case people were late and they missed any of the cat stories. So, or Tama, I believe it was his name. He was in no mental state to work right now. A faint knock at the door barely roused him from his torpor. Director, may I come in? And his vice director... Oh, it was his vice director, Mamoru Tanaka. Sure, the door's open. Tanaka came into the study. I know it's not a great time, but... Osawa could barely make out his words. He tapped the remote, lowering the volume of the music. Tanaka continued apologetically. A call came in from the lab. There's hoping for a response to the email they sent yesterday. I'm sure they don't need it today. Apparently they do need an answer as soon as possible, sir. I did ask them to give you some more time, but... I see, Osawa said wearily. Alright, then. Tanaka dipped his head slightly and stepped out of the room. Osawa contemplated his colleague. Tanaka was a man he could truly depend on. He has enough of his own work to do. He didn't need to come here again today, but he did. They'd been working in close concert ever since Osawa had gotten back to Japan. Without Tanaka's support, there was no way he could be in the mindset to do any of the work at all. Sidling up to his computer, Osawa opened his email program and started answering the work-related messages. He reported on his business travel expenses, offered his opinions on capital investments, requested confirmation on current medicinal stockpiles. He worked with bleak detachment. None of this meant anything to him right now. Then a new email appeared in his inbox. The sender was identified simply as A. The subject line read, 1 year ago, South Africa. The message body was blank, but there appeared to be multiple images attached. Ordinarily, Osawa would have deleted a message like this immediately, assuming that it contained some kind of virus. But the word South Africa drew his attention. Could this possibly be related to... He couldn't help but to wonder. For a long moment he hovered the cursor over one of the image files. At last, as if spurred on by the upbeat rhythm in his ears, he double-clicked the mouse. What is this? The grainy photograph showed a large room with a dozen or so people laid out in beds. It appeared to be some sort of medical ward. Osawa felt a strange flutter in his chest. He quickly opened another image. This one showed a close-up of one of the patients in his bed. Large red blotches covered his face. A large volume of blood appeared to be dripping from his ears and nostrils. A cold shudder ran up Osawa's spine. What the hell? These symptoms. Osawa opened up the remaining image files. Each new picture showed another of the patients. They all appeared to be teetering on the brink of death. There was no doubt about it. These people were infected with the UA virus. Yeah, this game was way before the whole pandemic started, so yeah, it's kind of, well, it's not this bad, the pandemic, but, ugh, you know. 428 UA virus. The UA virus belongs to family Filaviridae, genus UA-like virus. It is a member of the same family as the Ebola virus and causes UA virus fulminant hemorrhagic fever. It is capable of airborne transmission, although an infected individual cannot pass on the infection before symptoms manifest. The U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, have assigned the virus to risk group 4, their classification for the most dangerous infection agents. Yeah, man, this is... Just seeing this stuff, I'm just kind of like, man, this is hitting a little too close to home right now, in a sense. But how? Questions tumbled through Osawa's mind. His fingers tapped out a quick message. He doubted he'd get a response, but he might as well try. Who are you? Where are these images from? The UA virus got its name from a Swahili word for flower. UA virus 2. The virus is roughly 90 nm to 110 nm in diameter, 500 nm to 700 nm long. I'm not sure what NM stands for. If anybody knows in chat, feel free to speak up. Because of its pronounced sickle-like shape, it is sometimes known as the sickle of death. It possesses a viral envelope, the surface of which is coated with spike-shaped protein protuberances. Okay. Oh, 1 nm, nanometer. Never mind, it says right there on the screen. I just didn't get that far. Equals 1 billionth of a meter. Okay. Supposedly, this was based on the fact that the propagated form of the virus resembled the petals of a flower. Powers of a flower? The petals of a flower is what I meant to say. Despite the flowery name, however, the disease was anything but pretty. UA didn't just mean flower, it also meant to kill. And the name suggested the virus had a mortality rate of 100%, and those it managed to infect. Because most details regarding the UA virus have been suppressed, cases of UA infection are largely unknown to the world at large. Because all patients known to be infected with the virus on official record have died within a short time frame, the mortality rate is given as 100%. As the incidence of known cases grows, the number may drop below 100%, but the mortality rate will likely remain extraordinarily high. Moreover, there was a very short incubation period between infection, the onset of symptoms. Inhaled viral particles can spread through the lungs to the lymph nodes, and from there disperse throughout the body. The virus propagates in several places, including liver cells and macrophages? not sure how exactly to pronounce that, a component of the immune system and destroys the endothelial cells within blood vessels. Upon reaching the brain, it forms a neural sludge of blood mixed with other bodily fluids. Within roughly 12 hours, bleeding would set in throughout the body everywhere but the bones and muscles, with lethal results. Due to its incredibly high mortality rate, the disease's very existence have been kept hidden from public knowledge. Osawa's computer chimed to signify the arrival of a new email. The sender was A. He hurried to open the message. Once again, the subject line read, 1 year ago, South Africa. Your crimes. Osawa stared at those two words. My crimes? That left him only with further questions. He looked again at the images from the previous email. What makes any of this my crimes? He could see that the patient's bleeding was severe. He estimated that several hours had passed since the onset of the disease. It wouldn't be long before their lives were cut short. To feel that agony, that suffering, and then to perish. Am I to blame for that? Another faint knock came at the door. Darling? Do you have a moment? It was his wife, AI. Artificial intelligence is his wife, apparently. Hey, yes, come in. B, just give me a second. Osawa hurriedly closed the mail program. Give me just a second. Osawa hurriedly closed the mail program. Even if this was nothing more than some sick prank, it wasn't anything he wanted his family to see. Especially not a artificial intelligence. Alright, come in. Ooh. She's cute. She's pretty peeved looking anyway. Osawa turned to see that AI had already let herself into the study. A sharp stain of her perfume made him scrunch up his face for a moment. Have you reconsidered the whole America thing? She asked. This again? Osawa thought sullenly to himself. Please, he said. Can we not discuss this right now? If not now, then when? You know this isn't a decision to just make on your own. On his latest business trip, a major American pharmaceutical firm had attempted to hunt him, asking him to join them and be among the top researchers in the world. The money and prestige held no interest for him, and he was reluctant to turn his back on Okoshi Pharmaceutical, the pharmaceutical company for which Kenji Osawa works. It is a major corporation with a solid sales network both domestically and internationally, and an annual turnover of 1 trillion yen. It holds patents for several medications that are in demand worldwide, and is influential at the Ministry of Health, Labor and Welfare, and other political institutions. The company employs roughly 7,000 people, including 600 researchers. After his many years of service, nonetheless, he was intrigued by the offer. It would mean the chance to conduct his virus research in a much better funded environment. Taking the job would necessitate relocating to the U.S. However, when he'd mentioned the possibility of immigrating to AI, she shot the idea down on the spot. Her opposition was understandable. AI's father, Suguru Makino, was a member of Okoshi Pharmaceuticals' board of directors. No way was he going to let Osawa jump ship to another company. Darling. My God, can you mention that face saying, darling? Please. AI drew him closer to him. Think about it from my perspective. Leave for America. What am I supposed to tell my father? He'd gotten so used to it, that grating whine of hers. Have you considered what might happen to Okashi if you leave, dear? We can discuss that once all this is finished. Osawa kept his voice as level as he could. You do remember that you're a director, right? AI said. You have responsibilities. Stop thinking about yourself so much. With a sour look, AI turned and departed. Well, he had known that moving to America would never be a simple matter, regardless of what his wife thought about it. There was another reason, however, the antiviral agent that he had developed at Ogoshi. Antiviral agent, a therapeutic drug used to treat viral infections. Examples include the drugs used against influenza and HIV. These treatments do not eliminate the infection, rather they simply inhibit the development of the disease. There are still many issues with such drugs, including the risk that treated viruses possesses or develop a resistance that makes the treatment ineffective. Academics, institutions, and pharmaceutical companies worldwide devote tremendous resources to further advancing the field of antiviral medicine. After the UA virus was discovered, infectious disease research facilities worldwide had thrown themselves into a top-secret effort to develop a vaccine. Vaccine. Vaccines function by safely introducing a harmless or attenuated version of a virus or other pathogen into the human body. This triggers the body to produce antibodies against the pathogen, making it difficult for the dangerous version to take hold. So you're basically injecting the virus into your body, but it's not as lethal as the dangerous version of it, because you're building up antibodies. Okay. But Makino had ordered Osawa to work on creating an antiviral agent, not a vaccine. A vaccine immunized the subject in order to prevent infection in the first place. Conversely, an antiviral agent could be used to treat patients already infected. It was a so-called wonder drug for combating the virus itself. Creating such a drug was far easier said than done. Developing the antiviral had been a long, arduous road. Only after years of research had Osawa's team succeeded in identifying a substance that might qualify as an antiviral against the UA, or antiviral agent for UA. In theory, if it was administered during the virus's initial stages, 100% recovery would be attained, or could be attained. Data also suggested that an 80% survival rate for patients treated shortly after the onset of symptoms. But there was a fatal flaw with the new antiviral agent. Side effects on the body were unusually potent. If it was administered in amounts beyond a certain threshold, it was linked to life-threatening complications. For a time, the research was at an impasse. It had seemed that the drug had to be administered in high volume to combat the explosive propagation of the UA virus. But then Osawa had received some fortuitous news. Okoshi Pharmaceuticals' nanotechnology branch has engineered a cutting-edge device known as DDS. The technology created and or operated on an extremely small scale, often measured in nanometers. There are 1 billion nanometers in a meter. Some nanotech devices are literally regulated on the atomic level. The possibilities are ever expanding, in practical fields such as medicine and material science. The United States is among the world leaders in the push for research and development. DDS, acronym for Drug Delivery System, such as system administers ultra-microscopic drug capsules to a targeted area of the body. Osawa had jumped on it immediately by administering his antiviral agent with the nanotech DDS. Because the DDS can be used to deliver a drug with pinpoint precision and only where it is needed, it can greatly reduce the side effects of even every potent drugs. The DDS developed by Okushi Pharmaceutical utilizes advanced high-tech polymers, which ensure that the capsules containing the drug are fully broken down and eliminated from the body roughly 1 week after administration. He was able to use smaller amounts of the drug to quash the UA virus with precision. The procedure was a huge success. There was a marked increase in the drug's efficiency, along with the expected decrease in adverse side effects. A pharmaceutical is said to have a positive effect if its use brings about the desired results when treating a medical condition, but many drugs create unwanted or unforeseen adverse side effects as well. Given the extreme complexity of most drugs' interactions with the human body, nearly any medicine can have both positive and negative effects. The effects had been confirmed via animal testing. Experiments involving drugs or medical techniques tested on animals to confirm their safety before they were used on humans. The 1964 Declaration of Helsinki, which lays out ethical standards for human experimentation, advocates responsible animal testing, but many animal rights advocates regard such testing as a form of animal cruelty. In a sense, yeah, it is, but at the same time, like, to play devil's advocate, it's better to do it on, I guess, animals than humans in some people's eyes. I'm not sure where I would lie on that, honestly. I mean, I'm pretty sure there would be some humans that would, like, step up to the plate where animals can't. You just take an animal and you just, you know, do your thing and see what happens. At least a human could be like, you know what? I'll take the risk, inject me. Animal testing is wrong, Tomo says. Yeah. Like, I want to say animal testing is wrong for a lot of things, but I don't know. I mean, I guess it's kind of selfish of me to say, like, at least it's better than, you know, not done on, like, humans, you know, forcefully, but that's kind of messed up to say, now that I think about it. Well, not think about it, but, yeah. I don't know, I mean, like I said, it's kind of like, you know, at least a human could come right up and just say, hey, look, I'll take the risk. I guess it's better that way than having an animal tested. But if there is no humans that were willing to come forth for testing, experimentation, then I have no idea, honestly. But there should be volunteer opportunities. Yeah, exactly, that's what I was thinking. But forceful testing on humans is just as yeah, exactly. I mean, I do care about animals, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, it's kind of like, I don't know. Very complicated matter, anyway. Oh, that's the one I clicked on. Oh, wait, no, it's not. Clinical trials. When a new drug is being prepared for government approval after it has been tested on animals, it must pass tests on humans, clinical trials, that evaluate its safety and suitability. Such tests are frequently conducted on both patients and healthy individuals in Japan. The development of new drugs is often hindered by inefficient legal infrastructure for conducting clinical trials, resulting in a smaller knowledge base and fewer opportunities for testing. But the the effects had been confirmed via animal testing on monkeys, and now the antiviral was ready for the final development stages, clinical trials on humans. But the very existence of this new wonder drug was still a secret. No doubt Okushi's leadership would be reluctant to see Osawa, the drug's lead researcher, transferred to another company. Still, it wasn't completely outside the realm of possibility. Once the antiviral was out of development and announced to the public, Osawa would be free and clear. For that very reason, he was loath to cause any friction over the drug right now. This anxiety only magnified his concern about the email he just received. Osawa called up Tanaka over the intercom. "There's something I want to show you. Could you come in here?" He needed a second opinion, and Tanaka could be relied on. Osawa opened the door that moment. Tanaka knocked. He looked around before ushering his vice director inside. "What's this about, sir?" "This." Osawa showed him one of the images. Tanaka's face went pale. "It can't be." Tanaka clearly recognized the symptoms of the UA virus. "Any idea what this is about?" Osawa asked. "No, sir. These images were just emailed to me. The subject line says 1 year ago, South Africa. That would put it around the same time as the most recent run of infections, wouldn't it, sir?" "But that information isn't..." Tanaka trailed off. Osawa nodded. "The thing I don't understand is why these pictures were sent to me." Osawa opened the other email from A. "The second message I got says these pictures are my crimes. I'll look into this on my end, Sir Tanaka said. Sir Tanaka said. Sir Tanaka? Anyway, he hesitated uncomfortably. "Sir, just to make sure are you asking about what I think you're about, reading fail. Are you asking about what I think you're asking about?" Osawa said. Tanaka gave a slight nod. "Understood," Osawa said. "Don't worry, I won't trouble you." "I appreciate that, sir." Visibly relieved, Tanaka left the study. Osawa brought up a folder marked UA virus on his screen. Within the folder were enlarged images of the virus itself. He double-clicked one of the images. It blew up on the monitor to reveal the pathogen in intricate detail. A specimen of the UA virus was approximately 100 nanometers in diameter. 10,000 of them in line would take up barely a millimeter. But a single tiny variant, upon entering the human body, could become 2,000 in an hour. That speed of multiplication was nothing short of astonishing. Even the Ebola virus had a typical incubation period of 7 days or so before infectees developed symptoms. Ebola virus, a virus of the Filverde that causes Ebola hemorrhagic fever. Currently 5 characterized species are known: Thai forest, Sudan, Reston, Zaire, and Bundibugyo. Ebola is widely known for its high mortality rate, 53% for the Sudan form, 88% for the Zaire, but the Reston variety, discovered in monkeys that had been brought into the U.S., had displayed no pathogenicity in humans. For influenza, it was 1 or 2, but the onset of the UA virus happened in a mere 12 hours. Osawa viewed an image slideshow of the virus's propagation mechanism. It was a fascinating sight no matter how many times he looked at it. Viruses existed to multiply, nothing more. They had no motives, no driving logic, nothing but simple multiplication. To Osawa, that fact held a certain air of mystery. If viruses had emotions, how would they feel about their lives? He had thrown himself into virus research and search of answers to questions like that, answers that no man could truly know. His development of the antiviral agent had really been nothing more than another job responsibility. He felt no particular sense of duty to protect people from a killer virus. He was just happy for the chance to play around with UA day after day. It's kind of messed up. Another email arrived in his inbox. The sender, A. The subject line, 1 year ago, South Africa again. Osawa read the message. Do not look away, these are your crimes. This time, there were 4 images attached. Osawa proceeded to open each one of them in turn. The first shocked Osawa so much that he felt like he'd been punched in the head. One of the UA patients from the earlier images was being injected with something. No. Osawa muttered to himself. It can't be. The second image showed one of the infected hunched over in pain, vomiting up blood. The symptoms had already manifested, but Osawa thought he could see that some degree of life had come back into the patient's eyes. He rushed to open the third image. It showed a morgue piled high with corpses. The rectus of anguish of the dead faces made them look no longer human. Various fluids seeped from their eyes and nostrils. The lymph nodes were grotesquely swollen. Lymph nodes. Small organs that function as part of the lymphatic system in mammals. Where a foreign substance invades the body, the lymph nodes detect it, prompting the production of white blood cells such as lymphocytes, or I think that's how it's pronounced, and macrophages to consume the invader. A viral infection sometimes causes the lymph nodes to swell up as a result of increased activity. Affected area, lymph duct, lymph nodes. Okay. This is like some Resident Evil shit. Yeah. It is. It's creepy, in my opinion. There were hospital beds stained with massive amounts of blood and gastric fluids. Next came the fourth and final image. More corpses. They had badges affixated to their chests with various labels. 6 hours passed, 12 hours passed, and 18 hours passed. It looked as if someone had been attempting live trials with the antiviral agent. Osawa didn't consider the antiviral agent ready for release, but that was because his team hadn't conducted clinical trials on humans yet, and there was a good reason why such trials hadn't been conducted. There was no way to test the efficiency of the drug without an infected patient. To run a proper clinical test, someone would first need to be infected with the UA virus. No matter how effective animal testing had been, if the drug proved ineffective on humans, that person would have a guaranteed death sentence. It was unthinkable to run trials that involved such a deadly risk. And yet, as he looked over the images again and again, Osawa became certain. Without his knowledge, presumably someone from Okoshi Pharmaceutical, had conducted human testing with the antiviral agent. The time markers on the corpses in the fourth images were surely there to mark the time lapse between the onset of symptoms. A thorough trial would test the drugs' effectiveness in those time frames. Osawa slammed his fist on the desk, enraged. This was nothing short of vile human experimentation in the guise of clinical testing. The people responsible could not be allowed to get away with this. There was only one person Osawa could trust to keep this under wraps, his boss, Makino. He reached for his phone to call Makino, but he stopped short as soon as he picked up the receiver. I like these kind of games. Good stuff to listen to while I make jewelry. My ass off. Right on. Yeah, see, like, all I'm gonna say is this. The stuff that's going on today, like, through my anxiety and, like, depression and that, because I've been, like, remaining positive, I haven't let the fear get to me. I haven't been feared. I've always, tried to stay away from people as much as possible as I can. I mean, sure, I walk by people in the supermarkets and that, but, I mean, the thing is I try not really touching much of anything. Sometimes I, like, touch my face after, because I, like, have, like, an itch or whatever, and then I realize, oh, shoot, I touched my face. Most times I stop myself, or withhold. But I will say this, though. When I get home, I turn on that tap, and I get the soap, and I scrub like I'm gonna do surgery. And I make sure I put that that water on hot as it can go, and it's hot. Anyway, but other than that, yeah, I don't do the whole what do you call it? Hand sanitizer, unless it's at the store and they want us to wear it. I do have my own bottle, but I never really take it with me, because I don't touch anything unless it's stuff that I go to like, use, or to like pick up or whatever. Yeah, see, you got it as well. I have no fear. I know this will pass, and that's exactly how I also look at it as well. And a lot of people are like, a lot of people have died from the... I try not to talk about this stuff in my stream. The reason I don't want to is because... not because of my fear, or my anxiety and depression, but a lot of people are talking about it, and there's still people talking about it. I just want people to come to my stream to have a good time, to, shoot the shit, and just chill, and not have to think about that stuff. Even though, it's on the back of our minds, but we're all trying to, I want people to, focus on having a good time. Like, people use games to escape reality. That's what I kind of want my chat to be. And just playing this, because I did not know this was kind of the stuff that was in this game, it's kind of forcing the topic, in a sense. I mean, yeah, sure, I could just continue reading this, and I'm just like, you know what, nope, I'm not going to talk about it. But you know what, I'm just going to mention it briefly. But yeah, because the way I look at it, I was like, yeah, it's the virus. And I'm like, yeah, well, as long as it's not airborne, we're good. And I know, and I will say this, a lot of people are like, yeah, but there's still a lot of the virus that we don't know about. And I'm like, but is there, though? Is there? Because at the end of the day, there's nothing new that's happening to anybody. And once it leaves your body and you overcome it, you're good. There's nothing else more to happen to your body. That's the way I look at it. Because there is no other effects happen to your body after once it's left those patients. People have died from it, but at least the survival rate, the cured people, are much higher than it is for the people that are, that have died. So that's how I look at it positively. I'm not looking at the deaths positively, like, oh, look at how many people died. Isn't that good? Because people dying is not good. But what I'm saying is the numbers compared to the living and the people that had it and the people who had it who died. That's the way I'm looking at it as good. But yeah, I did have a blip of the fear of the first few weeks when it started, honestly. Yeah. And saying wash hands thoroughly, yeah. That's the only time I ever really wash my hands is when I'm been outside my home. You had friends who had it and they're fine now? You can't see me right now, but I'm holding my chest and I'm like, I'm glad they're fine. I am. I don't know these people, but I'm glad they're fine. Nobody deserves. Nobody, you know. I feel bad for the families who, you know, for the people who lost, you know, their lives because of the virus. But anyway. Oh yeah, I'm playing the game, right? Yeah. Okay. Alright. He reached for his phone to call Makino, but he stopped short as soon as he picked up the receiver. He knew he was in no state of mind to have a calm, reasoned conversation right now. Turning to the CD player, he put on Aya Kamiki's latest album. Leaning back in his chair, he surrendered himself to her soothing tones. Bit by bit, he could feel himself returning to a calmer, emotional state. There had been a time where Osawa hadn't listened to music at all. In fact, he had no interest in the arts in general, music, painting, cinema. It was only due to a simple coincidence that he had found Aya Kamiki. His daughter had asked for a CD as a birthday present, so he'd swung by the store to pick one up. Since Kamiki's new album had just come out, there was a display for it in the front of the shop. Something about the bright, colorful album package had drawn him in. I wouldn't really say that's colorful. That just looks like black and white to me. I don't see any other color. After a time, Osawa could feel himself growing calmer. He took a nice deep breath. A. Then he dialed up Makino. B. He closed his eyes and tried to banish the nerves completely. I'm gonna go up. He dialed with Makino. Be right back, going to the store. Okay. He took a nice deep breath and then he dialed up Makino. Has there been any progress? Makino asked as soon as he picked up. His voice was somber. No, Osawa said, nothing much yet. Tiny sigh came in from the other end of the line. I see, then what can I do for you? Sir, I'll just get right to the point. Have you conducted clinical trials using the antiviral drug? Makino didn't respond right away. What makes you think that? He asked at last. Osawa described the emails he'd received. When he finished, Makino let out his breath in surprise. Not over the phone, he said. We'll discuss this in person. I'll head over to your place when I'm done here. As soon as possible, sir. As soon as I can manage, Makino said. You're not the only person who's busy. With that, Makino hung up. There was no doubt about it then. There had been human testing. Osawa went to let Tanaka know he'd be meeting with Makino. A stolid-looking man stood in the hallway, almost as if he'd been waiting for Osawa to emerge. Pardon me, Mr. Osawa, but could you come with me for a moment? The detectives assembled in the living room. All wore grave expressions. The room was brimming with tension, and Osawa felt it ramp up even further as he entered. What is it? He asked. Has something happened? The man who had come to find him turned to speak, hesitating at first. Yes, it turns out that your other daughter, Hiromi, had been abducted by an unknown party. Oh! Okay. Abducted? Osawa's mind whirled. What are you talking about? Maria's the one who's been abducted. No, sir, you don't understand. I'm saying that Hiromi has also been abducted, in addition to Maria. Don't be ridiculous. The night before, his daughter Maria gets kidnapped, and this morning the other daughter, Hiromi, gets carried off when she goes to deliver the ransom? He never heard anything more outrageous in his life. We're sorry, sir. The detective was with her, but the police went on to explain that Hiromi had somehow managed to end up all by herself, and while she was alone, several individuals had forced her into a car and driven off. Osawa could barely comprehend what they were saying. His mind was in a fog. The detective's words seemed to grow quieter and quieter. Osawa's strength drained from his body. His ability to process external stimuli began to drift far, far away. It's not possible. It can't be. Could no one keep them safe? Not me. Not anyone. My girls, they... Hitomi. Maria. It's not true. This is all just a bad dream. Some kind of sick joke. It's not true. It's not all... It's not. It's all just a bad dream. It's a lie. It's a joke. Someone made this all us. All up to stop it. Stop it. Okay. It's all up. Someone made this all up. Stop it. Stop saying this. I don't want to hear it. Tell me it's all a lie. Tell me it isn't true. Tell me now. Please tell me. This is a nightmare. Tell me, please. Tell me this isn't true. It's not true. It's not. Shut up. 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 Slowly the ceiling began to spin. Then Osawa's vision went awash with white. Bad end. The worst case scenario. Osawa had a complete mental breakdown when he learned not just one, but both his daughters were kidnapped. But surely there has to be someone who can keep Hiromi safe. She'd been on the run with Eiichi, but just what are they up to? The key to changing her fate and her father's lies with Eiichi's decision at 11:05. Well, okay, thanks for telling me, game. I guess I shouldn't have hit that for a hint, but anyway. Alright, since Tomo is not here, I am not going to do the cat one yet. I am going to do something else. Okay, that's Osawa. Let's go with Minorikawa. The Super Cub 90 raced down Route 246 toward Shibuya. Super Cub 90, a motorcycle produced by Honda with an 85cc engine displacement. Common sight around town, often used by newspaper and postal delivery workers. Many owners are big enthusiasts, sometimes even swapping out parts such as handlebars or mufflers and giving that body a repaint, resulting in fashionable bikes that don't even look like Super Cubs at first glance. The speedometer remained at a steady 60 kilometers per hour. Pumping the gas harder was no use. This was as fast as the bike would go. Minorikawa shouted as he sped along. Damn it, I am not letting you die. He jerked the handlebars and blew past the truck on the inside. The driver scowled at him as he shot by. You maniac! You trying to get yourself killed? Just the opposite. Minoru Ikawa shouted back, I'm saving lives. The stoplight ahead turned red, cutting them off at the intersection. Oh, come on! He had no choice but to slam on the brakes. But his agitation boiled over as he waited for the signal to change again. How long is this thing gonna stay red? Hurry up already! He brought the bike right up to the very edge of the line, keeping the engine revved like a dragster ready to peel out. Not on time. Not on time is not in my dictionary. The light turned red. Then Minoru Ikawa's own light turned green at last. He hit the accelerator as hard as he could. His engine died with a sputter. Huh? Oh, come on. What the hell? Car horns blared angrily behind him. In a fury, he pulled his bike over onto the side of the road. I like that blue. That's nice. No matter what he did, the engine refused to turn over. Was the problem with the spark plug, or maybe the battery? Whatever it was, he didn't have the time to figure it out now. With tears in his eyes, he left the bike, his companion of 10 years, abandoned on the roadside. He was about to break into a run when he saw a taxi dead ahead letting out a passenger. He hurried to hop into the cab. Just head for Shibuya station. I'll let you know exactly where once we get closer. The taxi driver nodded coolly. Of course, sir. 10 minutes. I need you to get me there in 10 minutes. The driver grimaced. I'm afraid getting there in 10 minutes is a bit. 15 then. Sir, that's still... Look, that's all the time I can afford. Assuming traffic conditions cooperate, sir, then maybe. I can't make any promises. Minoru Ikawa looked at the driver's ID photo above the fare meter. His name was Hachiro Kimizuka. He was a middle-aged fellow, looked a little rough around the edges. Mr. Kimizuka, I chose you for this. You can do it. Chose me? Sir, I'm pretty certain we met by chance. Okay, sure, I suppose you could phrase it that way. Anyhow, can we get going? Right, Kimizuka said, with a faint sigh. I'll see what I can do. The taxi pulled away at a decent clip. Minoru Ikawa's frantic journey had started 20 minutes earlier. He'd been at home working on an interview piece. He clucked his tongue in annoyance as the ringing phone broke his train of thought. Why did someone always call right when the words were flowing? If he didn't keep getting interrupted, he probably could wrap this piece up in no time. Be quiet! He pointed at the telephone as he yelled. I'm writing here. But his shouting did nothing to silence the ringing. He didn't even have much choice but to pick up. Minoru Ikawa speaking. There was no response. Hello? He hesitated, ready to hang up. Was this a prank call? It's me. It's Toyama. It was Tiro Toyama, the president of Heaven Publishing. Heaven Publishing. A publishing company that puts out both hard-hitting non-fiction books and tabloid-style scandal rags. The invincible journalist, panned by company president Toyama himself, was a candidate for the Japan Non-Fiction Prize. Oh, what do you want? If this is about work, I'm already booked pretty full. He'd taken work from Heaven Publishing on several occasions, but the pay was hardly competitive. Lately, he's been turning them down a lot, so he hadn't heard from Toyama in a while. No, this isn't work-related. Then what do you want? I'm kind of pressed for time here, working on some copy. Minarikawa was in no mood to beat around the bush. It seemed like every conversation he had with Toyama went like this. You're busy. That's good. Busy's good. When you're a freelancer. Toyama sounded unusually sympathetic. Minarikawa found it off-putting. I hear sales have been good on your end, he said cautiously. With this month's 4-Star General Gossip and all. 4-Star General Gossip was a monthly magazine, Heaven Publishing's flagship publication. 4-Star General Gossip, a magazine focused on the private lives of celebrities and politicians. Most of the articles found in its pages are random nonsense, but one out of every 100 or so contained an actual major scoop, making it a difficult outlet to ignore. Well, one of those trash, garbage magazines. It had a small circulation that for the most part flew under the radar, but once in a while they land some big scoop and sold like crazy. This month's edition had come with a free scratch card, a gimmick that had moved 100,000 copies with ease. 5 winning symbols in a row wins 100,000 yen, was it? Minarikawa asked. A weak, moist sound came through the receiver. Baffled, Minarikawa listened more closely. It came again, then again. It kind of sounded like sobbing. Mr. Toyama, are you crying? There was another soft sob, and then yet another. What's going on? Where are you? Minarikawa asked. At the office, Toyama managed. He let out another mewling whimper. What's the matter? It's nothing. Well, it's got to be something. Come on, what is it? Toyama gave no reply. Mr. Toyama, you still there? Silence. What is it? What happened? Look, doesn't tell me anything. What the hell is going on? Toyama squeaked out on a draw-out whine. Okay, I'm sick of this. I'm hanging up now. Minarikawa was about to break the connection when he heard Toyama murmur. The only thing I can do now is die. The taxi lurched to a sudden stop as the driver slammed on the brakes. Minarikawa pitched forward, his face smacking against the back of the seat in front of him. Kimizuka stuck his head out the window. Careful, buddy, he shouted at someone in the street ahead. You're gonna get yourself killed. Minarikawa blinked the stars from his eyes and saw a man moving alongside the cab. Oh, it's Kano. The guy grabbed onto the handle of the back door. Please, I need you to let me have this cab. No way, Minarikawa snapped. Just who did this guy think he was? Please, I'm begging you here. Look, I'm in a hurry, pal. Get your own cab. I know how ridiculous this must sound, but please. This is really, really urgent. Urgent? Yes, it's a matter of life or death. Please. The guy did look pretty desperate. Look, I'm sorry, but I'm dealing with something urgent here, too. Then let me ride with you. I'll pay for the whole fare. My entire future's on the line here. The guy sure was persistent. Maybe he was telling the truth, but Minarikawa had problems of his own. Sorry, buddy. It's life or death on my end, too. I gotta look after me and mine. Right. So sorry to trouble you. Finally, the guy gave up and shuffled away. Guess it couldn't have been that much of a life-threatening crisis after all. Minarikawa checked his wristwatch. Damn it. That just cost us 5 minutes. I'll try to make up, sir. I'll try to make it up, sir, the driver called back. The taxi lurched into motion, the engine quickly revving up to speed. Once inside the building, he avoided the elevator in favor of rushing up the stairs. Heaven Publishing rented out the 3rd and 4th floors. In all likelihood, Toyama would be at the editing department of 4-Star General Gossip on the 4th floor. When he got there, however, the door was locked. Mr. Toyama! Hey, Mr. Toyama! He shouted in vain. There was no reply. Something was seriously wrong. Minorikawa took a deep breath and then kicked the door in. Whoa! The sight as he stepped in the office filled him with horror. Oh. Minorikawa clutched the sides of his head. I'm too late. He hung himself. Oh no. If only I'd gotten here a little sooner. Oh, bad end. Okay. Number 13, just 5 minutes. Okay. I think I know what it's referring to the taxi ride, so it has something to do with Kano. Go with Kano. As he wandered through the back alleys, Kano gritted his teeth. Going after the guy on the bike had been a bad judgment call. But by the time he got back up onto the pedestrian overpass, the man who'd thrown the attached case was almost out of sight. Kano prided himself on being fleet on foot, but he knew he would never catch the guy before he disappeared. He followed the culprit as far as the alleys, but there he lost him completely. All he could do now was hope one of his colleagues caught the man on the motorcycle. Kyusei's voice crackled through the earpiece. Mobile command center calling all units. The suspect on the motorcycle has handed off the case to an accomplice in Miyashita Park, another foreigner. For real? Kano muttered. One thing immediately struck him as strange. Why hand the case off to someone else at all? Why not just escape on the bike? The man with the motorcycle dumped the bike and fled on foot. We've retrieved the bike and run the plate, and we've determined it was a stolen vehicle. The advanced police communication system is carefully maintained by using the digital wireless systems in their patrol cars. Officers are able to directly access the station's computer network, allowing them to quickly check to see if an individual is on the wanted list or if a vehicle is stolen. We still don't have enough details to positively ID the suspect. The suspect now carrying the attached case is heading through Daganzaka, also on foot. We've got him under observation. Daganzaka, huh? That wasn't too far from where Kano was now. It looked like they were dealing with a foreign crime syndicate that's familiar with Shibuya. All units head to Daganzaka. But do not, I repeat, do not attempt to apprehend the suspect with the case. Let's see where he goes. Kano nodded to himself without knowing more about the crook's MO. Letting this guy go for now was probably the only great call. I just want you all to know one last thing. Kyusei's tone grew more solemn. Whatever happens, I know I can count on each and every one of you. Don't disappoint me. Over and out. Kano had the unsettling feeling that the message had been meant for him. Right, it's now or never. The sudden appearance of the syndicate and his bizarre actions were rapidly moving things beyond the jurisdiction of both the MPD and the local police. Mustering his resolve, Kano headed for Daganzaka. Kano pulled his cell phone out of his pocket. It was Rumi? Anyway, calling. She knew full well he wasn't supposed to take private calls while he was working at a case. Maybe it was an emergency? He decided to pick up. Rumi? I'm sorry. Are you in the middle of something right now? Kind of. Is this an emergency? Well, yes, I'm in Shibuya right now, and... Shibuya? Why did she have to be in Shibuya now, of all times? So, my father came down from Nagano all of a sudden. What? Rumi Rumi's father, Shizuo, had been staunchly opposed to the two of them getting married. Kano had visited his home many times, but the man had never even deigned or dined to meet him. Yeah, he told me to tell you he wants to meet with you. What? Now? Kano blurted the words out with more alarm than he'd intended. I told him you were busy working, but he said he'd wait. This can't be happening, Kano whimpered to himself. I'm sorry, I know he can be demanding. That's not the issue. Her dad offering to wait made it harder for him to refuse. Alright, Kano said, but I'll have to call you back later, okay? I really am sorry. I'll be at a cafe called Lautrec. It's by the train station. Rumi hung up. For a long time, Kano stood in a daze, staring at his phone, as if keeping up with the case wasn't stressful enough. At last, he stumbled into motion, but even as he scoured Zaka for any sign of the criminal, his mind remained fixed on the meeting with Rumi's dad. There was no way of knowing when he'd be done with his casework today, but could he really pass up on a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get her father's approval for a hand in marriage? Once in a lifetime. Odds that will not happen. Odds are that this will not be the only once-in-a-lifetime experience Detective Kano winds up having today. Maybe he could slip away just for a bit. There were plenty of detectives still tailing the suspect. Taking 15 minutes or so to meet with Shizuo wouldn't be such a big deal, would it? Hey, this is my big chance. I should go meet with Rumi and Shizuo while I can. And B, no, right now I've got a job to focus on. I'm gonna go with the job. No, right now I've got a job to focus on. Kano shook his head to clear out the foolish impulses. What the hell had he been thinking? A girl's life was on the line. Marrying Rumi was more important to him than anything, but now wasn't the time. Besides, now that he thought about it, running out on a critical investigation to meet with an old man probably wasn't going to score him many points. Rumi's dad didn't strike him as someone who would approve of shirking one's responsibilities. Kano would just have to wrap up this kidnapping case a little ahead of schedule, then he could have a proper sit-down with Shizuo. As he considered his plan, he caught sight of the man with the attached case walking by. Further up along Dogenzaka, and the direction the perp was heading, was where Yamatidori joined Route 246. Maybe the guy was planning to meet up with a getaway car. No, wait. Hold on. If that were the plan, why would the gang have ditched the motorcycle earlier? Kano started tailing the man, racking his brain all the while the suspect turned down a narrow side road. He wasn't heading toward Yamatidori or Route 246 at all, but back toward Shibuya Station. What in the world was going on? It was starting to feel like the crooks were just messing with the investigation team. Kano radioed Kuze on the wireless. Wireless. The police wireless system is digital in order to make transmission more difficult to intercept. There are several different channels available, including a basic local channel, a common channel for contacting other nearby patrol cars, channels assigned to specific precincts, action update channels for riot squads, and so on. There is also a separate channel specifically for kidnapping cases, not on the standard wavelengths. Kano radioed Kuze on the wireless. Sir, I don't think there's any point in seeing where this guy leads us anymore. That's not your call to make. Keep watching him. Sir, this is a waste of time. That girl might be in danger if... Kano's argument was cut short as he saw the man hand off the attached case to yet another foreigner. Again? How many times were these criminals going to pull this trick? The detectives broke into two groups to follow both of the men. Kano followed the man with the attached case who eventually led him back to the area around Shibuya Station. Rumi and Shizuo should be waiting at a nearby cafe right now. Kano tried to remember the name. That's right, it was called Lautrec. The name of the cafe where college students Ryoko Kakinuma works as a waitress. Named after 19th century French painter Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec. He created numerous works, including many posters, book illustrations, and book covers, which are highly regarded in the art world. He kept his eye out for a place by that name as he told the target. Before long, he did spot the cafe. Its large plate glass window offered a view of the cozy interior. The sign out front read Lautrec. Looked like this was the place. The man with the case was at the intersection waiting for the light to change. Kano took the opportunity to peer inside. He spotted Rumi right away she was facing away from him. So the man seated across from her must be her father. Kano realized he'd never even seen a picture of him. Shizuo grew organic produce up in Nagano nowadays, but until 2 years ago, he'd been a detective with the Investigation Division. NPD Investigative Division responsible for handling crimes such as murder, kidnapping, and arson that take place within Tokyo metropolis. Truly exceptional officers are assigned to the division. They are regularly dispatched to various regional task forces to aid in investigations, where their talents and experience often prove critical. The position of section chief is traditionally given only to dedicated personnel well versed with crime scenes and organizational administration. Rumi looked up to her father for his distinguished police career and always spoke quite highly of him. Kano had figured that if he became a policeman, Rumi might appreciate that. It was this simple impulse that had led him to join the force. He had also figured that public servants could stay afloat even in times of recession, and that his physical training would serve him in well such a line of work. Once he was a policeman, he thought he could approach Shizuo with his head held high and ask for his blessing in marrying his daughter. When after Rumi graduated from university, Shizuo had up and retired from police work. Even Rumi didn't know why he made the decision. Kano had traveled to Nagano many times to ask Shizuo for permission to marry her, but the only response he ever got was, "I'm not giving away my daughter to any cop." Kano had never even gotten past an intercom before her father turned him away. Years on the force had nearly made Kano lose sight of what he had driven him to become a policeman in the first place. And now the chance to meet Shizuo face to face had finally come. He peered intently into the cafe. Across from Rumi sat an older male with a grim expression. Just who was this hard-faced fellow? It took a lot to rattle Kano, but the guy looked scary. Could this really be his sweet little Rumi's father? The prospect of meeting with him later filled Kano with sudden dread. The man went into the JR Shibuya station and stood before the ticket machine. It looked like he was planning on boarding a train. Seen from a popular movie about a kidnapping sprang into Kano's mind, where the crook had made off with the ransom money after it was tossed out the window of a train. What if this guy managed to get outside the dragnet and pulled a stunt like that? Looks like this suspect is going to board a train. Kano informed Kuze over the wireless. Make sure you stay on his tail. Apparently Kuze still wanted to string the purple on for a bit. We've got the lizards ready to pursue. Lizards, Japanese police lingo for motorcycle squad deployed to pursue suspects in urban settings. We'll reestablish our dragnet around whatever station he gets off at. The man purchased a ticket from the machine and passed through the gate. There was no way to tell what station he bought a ticket for, but it looked like he was heading clockwise along the Yamanote line loop. Kano use his prepaid card. Prepaid card. Officers do not actually get free rides on public transportation solely by flashing their badges, as is frequently depicted in TV shows and films. Doing so might risk altering the suspect. For this reason, prepaid cards are provided ahead of time. Smart. And made his way through the ticket gate as well. An announcement chime signaled the imminent arrival of the train up on the platform. The man made his way up the stairs, looking calm and composed. He showed no sign of checking for pursuers. Kano hurried after him. The man stopped at every edge of the platform to await the train. Oh, the man stopped at the very edge of the platform to await the train. Not ideal. There was no way for Kano to get close without sticking out like a sore thumb. The train glided up to the platform. The man gave a quick look around as he stepped aboard. Kano followed. Trains on the Yamanote line didn't stop for long, and soon they were on their way. Glancing around, Kano noticed another MPD investigators who had slipped aboard the train as well. The suspect stood behind the driver's compartment, staring contemplatively at the scenery outside. The man's composure only served to rattle Kano more. A man in a gaudy necktie walked past Kano, talking on a cell phone. Yes, everything's going fine on this end, he said. There's no need to worry. In his other hand, he carried the same sort of attached case as the man they were tailing. He headed right toward the driver's compartment and stood next to the suspect. Well, now that's not suspicious. Kano leaned his head subtly, straining to make out what he could of the phone conversation at the other end of the car. Yes, of course. 225 pages, all fully proofread. 225. Article 225 of the Penal Code of Japan details kidnapping for profit and kidnapping for ransom accordingly. 225 is police shorthand for kidnapping. That was police jargon for kidnapping. Was this guy in cahoots with the kidnapper? Maybe the criminals had planned an attached case swap. Kano watched the newcomer like a hawk. But rather than making contact with the suspect, the man turned around and strolled back the way he'd come. He hadn't done anything suspicious at all. Yes, right. Uh-huh. Understood. Kano stole a glimpse of the man's face as he passed. He stopped and looked at Kano, seemingly aware that he was being watched. Kano decided to A. stare him down, B. look away nonchalantly. But his anxiety got the better of him, and after a moment he turned his gaze right back. Soon the two men were locked in a staring contest. My apologies, the man said. He shut his phone with a click. I know it's rather rude to talk on one's cell phone while you're on a train. That's just common decency. The man affected a smile, then headed back to the car from which he'd come. Sheesh. Guess I overreacted. You gotta stop staring at everyone. Why is this... Okay. Anyway. And an oddly dressed passenger murmured into Kano's ear. Blend into your surroundings more. Sasayama, when did you get here? His partner had somehow found time to change his disguise. The steely expression on his face was at odds with his anime nerd get-up. Kano had seen Sasayama disguise himself as plenty of things throughout the years. Disguise. Okay, I gotta see this. Santa is a must for Christmas. Stakeouts with a smile. Keep presents in bags to calm down children in case of emergency. It's quite rare for Sasayama to actually wear a suit. On the rare occasions when he does, he's walking the halls of his home precinct. He frequently goes unrecognized. Here are some of Sasayama's costume designs from his evidence notebook. Use this for train stakeouts. Don't forget awkward smile. Beg 'em merch. Going too far? Point is to draw attention in crowded point is to draw attention in crowded train cars. Prized possessions clutched at chest. Glasses are crucial, filled with posters and figurines. Tragic expression disguised for stakeouts at dockside warehouses. Sunglasses, suit and posture amplify wild animal side. Let co-worker know beforehand so as not to be mistaken for a real thing. La! Arrest crooks while practicing discipline. Handcuffs up sleeves might help to stop funeral robbers. What? For nighttime stakeouts, hardcore material. Or hardcore. I didn't notice the L at the end. Hardcore material. Not materia. Plenty of exposure. Emphasis bulginess and final version. God. Oh, if only Toma was here right now. That was great. I love those sketches. Best part of this game so far. Chef, musician, samurai, and an astronaut to name a few, but this was a new extreme even for him. When he first joined the force, Kano had found Sasayama's costume antics amusing, wondering where he managed to find his outfits, but lately his quirk had become tedious. You like the ocean? Huh? Never mind. Sasayama pulled a small bottle from his breast pocket. Burning hammer? Drink this while you can. Guessing you haven't eaten. Huh? What's this? The least I could do. He handed Kano the bottle, then slipped away into the next compartment. He pulled an all-nighter and hadn't eaten, so he was glad to have something. He took a sip. Whatever this was, it was bland. It almost didn't taste like anything. Just what had Sasayama given them. What the heck, anything's better than nothing. He brought the bottle to his lips and chugged the contents down. He suddenly got a massive head rush. He felt the heat. A heat like a burning that spread from his insides through his whole body. No, that wasn't right. It was an ache. It was a ferocious ache. A burning that spread from his insides to his fingertips. And there was pain. A numbing that spread from his insides all the way down to his toes. Burning, aching, hurting, burning, aching, hurting, burning, aching, hurting. Twitchy, itchy, dizzy, sleepy, chilly, willy nilly. Twitchy, itchy, dizzy, chilly, and willy nilly. The dwarves that were rejected from the Snow White and the Seven Dwarves. Anyway, along with burning, aching, and hurting. Anyway, sorry. That's all I could think of was Snow White and the Seven Dwarves. This was not good. Super duper not good. He broke into a cold sweat, his forehead drenched, his body damp and clammy all over. He felt his grip on consciousness slipping. Sasayama, what the hell did you do to me? With bleary eyes, he squinted to read the writing on the bottle. After a scant few letters, Kano blacked out. Bad end. The least he could do. Alright, I want to see this. Kano blacked out after drinking an unknown substance without checking to see what it was. What he drank. It turns out was a free sample of something called Burning Hammer. But don't blame Sasayama, he was just passing on the sample he got from someone in a mascot costume. Oh, snap. That's where the cat comes in. Oh, that's where the cat comes in. Oh my god. Alright. Alright, let's go with Eiichi. Or Eiichi. The man with the cane aimed his gun at Hiromi, his face devoid of emotion. Please, the girl said, trembling. Why are you doing this? But the man did not reply. Quickly, Eiichi stepped in between Hiromi and the gun, spreading his arms wide. Stop, he said in English, one of the few English words he knew. He quickly reverted back to Japanese. Who the hell are you? Still, the man did not respond. You know this guy, Hiromi? No. Eiichi was sure he'd never seen the man either. What are you after, money? Because if you are a boy, you're wasting your time chasing us. The man furrowed his brow, adjusting his point of aim at Eiichi's face. His bloodthirsty gaze left Eiichi no doubt that he was willing to pull the trigger. Reflectively, Eiichi took a step back as foot clattering against a discarded beer bottle. We're going to get gunned down for sure, unless we can find some way to catch this guy off guard. It didn't need to be much. If Eiichi could just distract the gunman for a moment, buy himself the briefest window. Shoot me then. Go on, do it. He stepped forward as he shouted, hoping for provocation would confuse the guy just for long enough. Even as Eiichi moved, the gunman's attention was distracted for an instant by a sudden sound. The phone in his breast pocket was ringing. Seeing this chance, Eiichi A. lunged forward in an attempt to wrest the gun away. B. snatched up the beer bottle and swung it at the assassin, and grabbed Hitomi and ran. I'm gonna go with B. Seeing his chance, Eiichi snatched up the beer bottle and swung it at the assassin. The man narrowly avoided being struck, but he swaggered widely off balance. Hitomi! Eiichi grabbed her by the hand and dashed out of the club. The two sprinted away through the side streets and alleys of Shibuya. Eiichi began to feel as if they were running some maddening maze. Before long, the two had made it almost as far as Aoyama. Wait up. Huh? Eiichi, wait up. Eiichi glanced back at Hitomi. Ah, my bad, guess we've been running pretty hard. You tired? Hitomi shook her head. No, it's just I have to get to Dogenzaka. Dogenzaka? What for? What could she possibly need to go there? Or why? What could she possibly need to do there now? That's where I was told when I was handed the money over. That's what I was told when I handed the money, or handed over the attached case. The man leaned in to whisper to Hitomi as he reached out for the case. You're going to do exactly as I tell you. 2 things. He wore a cool, feigned smile as if it were some casual conversation. First, you're going to go to Dogenzaka and get in the blue van there. Hitomi nodded wordlessly. Second, you will not attempt to contact either the police or your family in the meantime. His chilling tone broke no argument. Just those 2 things and we'll let your sister go. Hitomi nodded again. The man flashed her a big, bright grin. Okay then. Give me the money. A blue van in Dogenzaka? Eiichi muttered. So that's why you said the police were a no-go. Yes, exactly. Hitomi's voice betrayed her desperation. I wonder if your sister is in that van then. If she is, then we've got to hurry. The issue lay in how to get to Dogenzaka. They could probably avoid their pursuer if they kept the streets only the locals usually knew about. That meant staying off the more well-trafficked routes like Roppongi, Dori, or the stretch between Miyasama, or wait, Miyama Suzaka and the station. The side roads south of the station were their best bet. It was going to be a long detour. Alright, come on. Turning Ichi, headed back the way they'd come. After a moment's confusion, Hiromi followed. Ichi? There was a note of worry in her voice. Hey, don't sweat it. I actually live in Daganzaka. We're heading right back to my old neighborhood. Hiromi bowed her head. Thank you so much. Hey, it's no problem. I had to head home anyway. Ichi gave her a grin and she cracked a tiny smile of her own. Hey, you two. You got a minute? Ichi looked around. A pair of men approached from across the street. There was something shady looking about them. Ichi's protective instincts kicked in and he stepped in front of Hiromi. These guys meant trouble. He wanted to be ready. We just want to ask you something. The younger of the two men drew in closer, a sharp gleam in his eye. Ichi braced himself. Ask us what? You know where the No Cane building is? The man held up a flyer. It was some sort of health food sales demo. Come on, man. The No Cane building. You know where it is or not? Ichi knew the name. Wasn't that one of the buildings on Center Guy? That was near Dokanzaka, the same direction he was going. Ain't no harm in helping a couple lost dudes. Ichi pointed them in the direction of Center Guy. And I don't like the thought of these two following Hiromi and me. Ichi pointed them in the opposite direction from Center Guy. I'm gonna go with A. Oh, I meant B. Damn. Ichi pointed them in the direction of the Center Guy. Yeah, it's just this way. See? What the hell did I tell you? The bald man snapped at his companion. My bad, man, my bad. You were right. God, you couldn't find your way out of a paper bag with a map and compass. My bad, man. Get us a taxi. Word. Thanks, man. The strangers nodded at Ichi. Sorry to bug you. With that, the two headed off toward the main road. Maybe that was for the best. Ichi and Hitomi hurried onward, following the sparsely trafficked side streets toward Daganzaka. I don't think I even knew this part of Shibuya was here, Hitomi said as he looked around. Yeah, a lot of people don't. I used to mess around in this neighborhood when I was a kid. The area was a mishmash of run-down residences and office buildings. Almost nobody ever comes here unless they live or work on one of these streets. Check it out. Over there, a rare first-hand glimpse of Shibuya River. Shibuya River, a minor river that runs from the Miyamatsu Bridge to the Tenjin Bridge. Depicted in the 36 views of Mount Fuji by Edo period Ikuyo-e artist Hokusai in Hokusai's time. Fireflies were collected from the Shibuya River and presented to the shogun, leading credence to the idea that the river was indeed clean in the past. Have you always lived in Shibuya, Ichi? Yep, born and raised. Ichi bent down to pick up a piece of trash from the roadside. That's why I do this. It just pisses me off to see folks make a mess of this place. He picked up another piece of trash. I don't have a job, so I just pick up garbage every day. Man, what am I even doing? Like, clean up even matters right now. Hiromi took a long, hard look at his face. What? He demanded. What is it? You're a stranger. You're a stranger. You're a strange one, Eiji. That's so. She was right, of course. It was strange collecting trash every day instead of getting a job. He had his reasons for it, but they weren't important right now. Right now, the important thing was getting Hiromi to Daganzaka. Come on, he murmured. A sudden angry shout broke the silence as they hurried along. Hey, hold it right there! Ichi and Hitomi stopped, but the shout wasn't directed at them. Further up the road, a group of thuggish-looking men were having some kind of argument. The man who was shouting had grabbed one of the others by the neck. Idiots, and you still got the gall to call yourself SOS? 428 SOS, the Studs of Shibuya. A youth gang operating out of Shibuya, founded by Eiichi Endo. Its current leader is Susumu Nishizawa. I mean, yeah, Susumu, but the other man standing around looked distinctively uncomfortable. It takes money to run an organization. No, I know, and since it's not like you're Eiichi or nothing, I thought you could maybe spare some help on that front, boss. We're 28 boss, the top dog, the man in charge, the head honcho. Here it refers to the leader of SOS, Susumu. A change in leadership can really shake up an organization. The new boss's personality and disposition are a huge factor in whether the group continues to prosper. The fact that Susumu is being asked to spare some help on the monetary front suggests that he still has things to learn about being in charge. Hitomi looked at Eiichi when the stranger spoke his name. He smiled awkwardly, then turned back to the altercation. Shut your mouth, Susumu barked. How dare you say Eiichi's name in my presence? Hey, Eiichi. Hey, Eiichi called out. What was that about me? As soon as they saw him, the other men went pale. Eiichi kept his tone casual as he strolled up to the group. Susumu, you can't just give the guy a beatdown in broad daylight. Beatdown, to mess someone up super bad, usually with punches and kicks. Don't want to shock the upstanding people of our fair city. Eiichi, Susumu glared. Can we drop the pleasantries? Alright, Eiichi replied with the hint of a sneer. You got it, Susumu. And I'd like to point out we're not on a first-name basis. With that, Susumu turned and stalked away. His buddies followed suit, leaving Eiichi and Hitomi alone again. Did you know that guy, Hitomi asked? His name's Susumu Nishizawa. And yeah, I know him, or I thought I did. We used to be friends, way back. Me and those guys were all part of the same group, but I bailed a little while ago. Eiichi fell silent to his great relief. Hitomi didn't pry further. Eiichi and Hitomi had gone a short distance further when he caught sight of a man picking something up alongside the train tracks. Huh? I wonder. Eiichi went over to him. Hey man, you picking up trash by any chance? Huh? The man let out a panicked shout. Man. Taisei Yasuda, 35 years old, just opened up a knick-knack shop in Shibuya. Eiichi knows Shibuya like his own backyard, but this Yasuda guy is new enough that Eiichi doesn't recognize him. Sorry, it just kind of looked like that's what you're doing. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm picking up trash, of course. The guy seemed pretty unnerved. Like I just got thinking, man, this place is filthy. Right on! Eiichi claps the man's hand in his own. Someone else who gets it. They do? Totally. I see all this trash all over the place and I can't stand it. Oh, yeah, sure. The man breathed a sigh of relief. I can't stand it when someone throws something away when it can still be useful. I hear that. That's the spirit. Haha. Eiichi pulled out the trash he had stuffed in his pocket. Here you go. Huh? Go ahead, have all of it. The man looked dumbfounded. Usually I go around picking up the trash around here, but I've got a little thing I gotta do today. You got it from here? I'm counting on you. What? Actually, I'm kind of... Great, thanks. Ichi beamed in approval, then rejoined Hiromi and headed on down the street. The man let out a sigh. Fine. You know, I like how Ichi is made as a character. He seemed to be like a guy that was not on the straight and narrow. He was like a petty, like well, just a thug. And then they were just like, hey. Like, and then he like broke out of it, and now he's like more like, you know, helping this like city. Because he loves the place so much, and he's proud of like where he's from, and he, you know, so he wants to make it a cleaner place by, you know, picking up the trash. I'll be honest, nobody's like that these days. If there is, then it's very rare. Very, very, very rare. Stepping through a narrow back alley, they came out near the top of Daganzaka. Ichi looked down the hill, but didn't see a blue van anywhere. He and Hiromi started making their way down towards Shibuya Station. Hiromi muttered to herself, I don't see it parked around here. Her face twisted up with worry. It was a lot harder to find street parking closer to the station. Hiromi, hold up. Ichi found? I don't know where I got the word found at. Ichi had a sudden idea. He darted into a nearby soba restaurant, motioning for Hiromi to follow. Hey, he called out to the proprietress, a sharp-eyed middle-aged woman. You're looking as lovely as ever today, I see. Oh, Ichi. Are you done collecting trash for the day? The lady took a look at Hiromi, her eyes lighting up. Lady. Maki, or Makai, Yoneda? Yoneda? Anyway, when she was 19, she happened to stop by this place and was captivated by the chilled curry soba. By day's end, she had decided to make her restaurant her new home. Married the owner at age 22, and they managed to establish they managed the establishment together. Ugh. Last year, the husband of 30 years passed away. Now she safeguards the generations-old secret of chilled curry soba on her own. Is this your girlfriend? Huh? Oh no, it's nothing like that. The proprietress was undeterred. Oh, she looks just like a model. She's a spitting image of me at that age. My. Ichi's got himself a girlfriend. I said it's not like that. The woman waved Hitomi over. Now, you know Ichi's got a bit of a mouth on him, and he's not the sharpest tool in the shed, but he's a sweet boy. Okay. Hitomi forced a polite smile to her face. He'll try to deny it, but don't you listen. He told you about Suzune? Ma'am, please? Ichi jumped in on the conversation. You gotta hear me out. Whatever's the matter, I'm just trying to talk up your good points. Have you seen a van parked around here? A van? Let me think. Yes, come to think of it, there was. A blue one, she added confidently. Hitomi leaned forward. Where is it now, she asked. Well, I'm not really sure. I don't keep a close eye on things outside, after all. Hitomi slumped. I see. I know it doesn't look it, but I've been quite busy today. The man who makes my noodles came by earlier to settle accounts, and we fought over it. No head for finances, that one. That's his problem, honestly. And on top of that, of course, my part-timer Masa has to have today off, honestly. Masa, first-year student at Midoriyama Academy, a sweet young man who works as a part-time delivery driver for Dogen Hut, Dogen Hut? Dogen Hut? Dogen Hut? Dogen Hut? Anyway, and send all his leftover money to his mother out in the country. Lately, however, he's gotten himself a girlfriend and he's been sending money back home less frequently. His noodle house job doesn't pay enough to support his mom and is covering his dating expenses. So he's scheming for a way to make it rich quick. H.E. frowned. Had she really seen a blue van, or was she just being chatty? A. Older woman who ran tobacco shops or noodle house did seem to have a knack for spotting details. B. Women of her age weren't always the most reliable. I'm gonna go with A. Older woman who ran tobacco shops or noodle houses did seem to have a knack for spotting details. H.E. decided to follow up some more. Was there anything unusual about this man? Oh, let me think. This woman frowned, paused. Oh, excuse me. The woman frowned, pausing a moment and thought. Aha! A flash of recollection shone in her eye. That's right. Now I remember. I think there was some foreigner sitting inside. 18 had told me exchanged glances. Yes, I'm sure of it. The man who makes my noodles said he saw it too. Was there anything else Hitomi asked? No, not that I can remember. Hitomi hung her head in frustration as they left the soba shop. H.E. did his best to cheer her up. Hey, we might still find that car. Let's try waiting around here for a while. Just waiting? What good will that do? It's possible that they went looking for you when they didn't show, H.E. said. Maybe they'll come back, you know? He sat down on the edge of a planter outside the restaurant. But the criminals already have the money, she said anxiously. Even H.E. understood the implications. Now that the crooks had the ransom, their hostage was nothing but a liability. Why take the risk of letting her go when they already had what they wanted? The situation was bad, very bad. Still, just running around Shibuya willy-nilly was only going to tire and frustrate them. H.E. wanted to make sure Hitomi had the chance for a little break. We don't have anywhere else to look, so let's just give it 10 minutes, okay? He said. Hitomi seemed unconvinced. She looked like she might just march off down Dogenzaka at any moment. I understand how you must feel, but you know what they say. Slow and steady. Stay in place. Isn't it supposed to be slow and steady wins the race? Anyway. Hitomi burst out laughing. What's so funny? It's slow and steady wins the race. Yeah, see? For real? Hitomi smiled, then sat down beside him. Alright, she said, we can wait here for 10 minutes. Cool. We've run enough races today already, right? Hitomi kept her eyes on the cars passing through Dogenzaka for a while, then she murmured softly to H.E. Thank you so much for everything, really. You can thank me after we find this van. I'm sure if I'd been by myself, I'd have been in too much of a panic to do anything. What can I say? I try to keep my head up and face things as they come. You're quite the optimist, aren't you? H.E. grinned. He tried to recall what optimist meant. He was pretty sure it had something to do with doctors or maybe glasses. The shy, sweet look on Hitomi's face as she said it, though, made him figure it wasn't a bad thing, whatever it was. Cars drifted on by, one after the other, but they saw no sign of a blue van. After a while, even H.E. began to grow impatient. This was starting to feel like a waste of time. And then... Hitomi, look! There it was. Keep out. Oh boy. Well, There's only one person left to do. And Tomo's not even here. Kakashi's not even here. Here we go. Well, I guess I could always go back to Kano. Oh. Back to his. I've read all this before, but I'm just skimming through it to see if I can get further ahead than I did last time. Oh, crap. Hold on. Okay, the taxi tire squealed as the cab rounded the corner. The shift in momentum made Minakawa topple over in the back seat. There we go, 10 minutes on the dot, the driver announced. Minorikawa righted himself and looked out the window. Shibuya Station. I knew you could do it, Mr. Kimizuka. He told the driver how to get to Heaven Publishing. It shouldn't be more than 5 minutes further. Sir, if I may ask, just what are you in such a hurry over? Son of a bitch. I beg your pardon? Kimizuka bristled. Not you, the guy who's waiting on me, Minorikawa said. I'm gonna give that son of a bitch a piece of my mind. The multi-tenant building where Heaven Publishing had its offices came into view. The taxi stopped outside. Minorikawa opened the doors as he hurriedly reached for his wallet, then he stopped. What if the worst had come to pass and he needed to take Toyama to the hospital? Should he have the taxi wait here, or would it be better to call an ambulance? Sir, is there a problem? The driver asked. Hey, wait here, I'll be right back. No, I'm fine. You're a lifesaver. How much do I owe you? Wait here, I'll be right back. Minorikawa was out of the cab in the instant, running for the building. Once inside, he avoided the elevator in favor of rushing up the stairs. Heaven Publishing rented out the 3rd and 4th floors, and all likelihood told him. Okay, yeah. When you got there, however, the door was locked. Mr. Toyama. Hey, Mr. Toyama. He shouted in vain. There was no reply. Something was seriously wrong. Minori Kawa took a deep breath and kicked the door in. Whoa! Toyama was standing on a stool, about to slip his head through a noose that hung from the ceiling. What the hell are you doing? Minori Kawa lunged for Toyama. The two men crashed to the floor in a tangled heap. A pile of clutter slid off a nearby desk and fell on top of them. Mia Norikawa, what are you doing? Toyama whined. Dragging himself back to his feet proved something of a challenge. That's what I'd like to know. Norikawa's fury was mounting. The hell is all this about? He jabbed an accusing finger at the noose hanging from the ceiling. Oh, that? One of the fluorescent lights died, and I was just swapping it out. Don't you feed me that bull. What was that phone call all about? That business about how the only thing you could do was die. Tell me. Ha 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 ha. Just a joke. Toyama curled his lips into a faint semblance of a smile. Minorikawa wasn't buying it, but he hadn't had time to press the issue. The cute little voice echoed through the editing office. Daddy, I'm back from the store. A little girl came in, carrying a length of rubber gas tubing. It was Toyama's 5th grade daughter, Hana. Tiro Toyama's only daughter, currently 10 years old. The night Hana was born in Shibuya Central Hospital, there was an unexpected fireworks display outside the window of the maternity ward. As he looked out the bursting rockets, Tiro decided to name his daughter Hana after the Japanese word for fireworks, Hanabi. Minoru Yukawa stared. Toyama, you were planning on using that hose to... You hesitated to end the sentence with gas yourself to death. Well, you know, it's almost gas heater season after all. The hell it is. It was a beautiful sunny April day outside. Well, you know how sensitive I am to the cold. This was getting truly ridiculous. Minori Kawa got right up in his face. Listen, just explain to me what the heck is going on, okay? He kept his voice low, but his eyes were steely. Hana clung tightly to her father, gazing worried up at the two men. No, it's just... Toyama let out a long, heavy sigh of resignation. Keep out. To progress further, you'll need to jump from another protagonist. Sometimes jump keywords might be hidden within a tip. A man named Junichi Yanagashita shows up in Tama's story at 11:20, and he lets out a sigh like Toyama's. Try checking the tip for that sigh. Okay. We're at the 11:30 time for him now. I don't think I can do anything with his right at the moment. Then it's Ichi. Maybe Kano's I can do now. I don't think that green was there before. But, give me a quick moment, folks. I'll be right back shortly. Alright, I am back. Let's try this part with Kano again, see what happens. I'm gonna try the different decision this time. Kano decided to stare him down. My apologies, the man said. He shut his phone off with a click. No, it's rather rude to talk with one's cell phone while you're on a train. That's just common decency. The man affected a smile and then headed back to the car from which he came. Jeez, I guess I overreacted. You gotta stop staring at everyone and all the... yeah. Okay. And still saying the same. Still the same. Still the same. Oh no, I just realized something. Nothing original, or nothing different happened there. So, we're gonna go on to the one. Tomo, welcome back. Just in time. I went through basically everybody, exhausted them as much as I could, I'm pretty sure. I am now going to Tama. You missed a lot. A lot. Ah. It's so hot. It's so hot in this thing. Way, way too hot. I feel like I'm sitting in a sauna. Everyone else on the street looks nice and cool, but here I am getting treated to my very own personal midsummer heat wave. On top of that, I can barely see, I can barely breathe for that matter, but hey, what can I do? So thirsty. Some iced tea would be amazing right now. Now, I just want to point out, that would have been a great opportunity to say, some iced tea would be amazing right meow. Just saying. Anyway, I'm going to pass out from dehydration at this rate. I may as well admit it, I underestimated how tough this would be. Who knew wearing a mascot costume could be so uncomfortable? A delicate young lady like myself has no business doing this sort of job. It's a lady! I suddenly have I suddenly have so much respect for the people on those superhero team shows. Like, can you imagine doing action scenes in something like this? Heck, all I'm doing is standing here and I'm this close to calling it quits. But I can't, I need to work. I need the money. This is no time to be a wuss. If I give up on this, what else am I possibly going to do? Check out the revolutionary new diet drink, Burning Hammer. I trust a free sample toward passerby I thrust a free sample toward passerby while shouting as loud as I can. A free portion, usually quite small, of a product given out to the consumers as a sales gimmick allows them to test the quality and effect of a cosmetic or health product prior to purchase, frequently referred to as a trial size or freebie version of the product. In addition to passing out free samples on the street, some shops also include free samples with purchased products. Please note that simply taking a product without paying for it in order to test it out is theft. Don't do it. Come on and give it a try. Oh, it's no use. People just walk by one after the other. They avoid looking at the sample. It's been like this ever since I started standing here. What gives? You'd figure at least one person would have taken a bottle by now. I mean, it's free, but I haven't managed to give away a single one. If this keeps up, there's no way I'm getting paid. And then this whole miserable experience will have all been for nothing. Just drink this and watch the pounds melt away. No exercising or dieting necessary. I can hear the desperation in my own voice. Just burn, burn, burn. Burn those pounds away. They're giving me cold looks now. They're probably thinking I'm shyster trying to offload dodgy product. It's that simple. That simple, folks. You just drink the weight away. I guarantee it. Heck, this whole thing reeks of a scam to me, too. Reeks of a scam. In other words, it seems extremely dubious or suspicious. The word scam, referring to a type of dishonest scheme, is actually of unknown origin. Several folk etymologies have been proposed, including that it comes from a simple shortening of scandalous misdeeds, but these claims have little evidence to support them. Losing weight just by drinking some concoction is way too good to be true. But still, free is free. You'd think I'd be able to give one or two away. It's not like I'm trying. Okay, pep talk time. You can do this. Think about the money. Just start with one bottle. Alright, I'm going to give this bottle away to the next person to see, no matter what. I close my eyes and gather my determination. I just need to get started, and the momentum will build from there. Alright, eyes open. There are two people walking in my direction. Wait, two? Oh no, which one do I pick? If I keep waffling, they're both going to pass me by. I just need to hand this bottle off. Which one of these guys looks more likely to take it? Clutching the free sample in my furry fist, I try to force it off to the businessman to my left. I try to force it off to the disheveled fellow on my right. Now, I know what to choose here, and I'll give you a quick rundown there, Tomo, because you were MIA for a while. So, we all know, you know who the guy on the right is. The guy on the right, baby boy on the right is cute. He's the undercover detective, the guy that is supposed to have many costumes there. The one that was at the beginning there with Kano. Sasayuka, or whatever his name is, or Sasuke, I don't know, something. And that's him. And if this cat goes to give this person the bottle, Kano drinks it, but he ends up passing out. So I have to give it to the businessman to the left. That's how I know. Clutching the free sample in my furry fist, I try to force it off to the businessman to my left. Here you go, sir! A free sample of Burning Hammer, the latest and greatest diet drink. The businessman flashes me a look of utter contempt and makes a point of avoiding me as he slips past. Bam! there goes the wind right out of my sails. I wonder how the other mascot is doing about now. There's a sales demo happening today at 1 o'clock at the No Cane building. Huh? Looks like the chicken has handed out all kinds of samples. I don't get it. How come nobody is taking any of mine? What could I possibly be doing wrong? I look at the clock. It's a little after 11. My morning wandering around hawking diet drinks is just about over. I need to get ready to head over to the sales demo. I'd love to take the costume off, but then I'd have to carry it. Samples I haven't given out are almost too heavy as it is. Oh well, I might not have gotten results, but I tried my best. I sure hope they don't withhold my pay or anything. Hey, what gives? You got that many left? The chicken speaks with a female voice. Yeah, I reply sheepishly. Nobody seems to want to take mine. Well, I mean, are you looking for the right targets? Huh? Like groups of girls or bored-looking older ladies. Those are the types you gotta be gunning for, you know. Wow, I haven't even considered that. Now that she says it, it seems so obvious that this is a diet drink after all. Of course I'm not gonna have any luck trying to voice off on random guys. Well, whatever the chicken says. Here, give me the samples you've got left. I hand over my samples and the chicken dumps the whole lot into her basket. I'll drink whatever's left so they don't find out you didn't pass them out, she says. Huh? Wait, like all of them? Yeah, all of them. The chicken sounded pretty confident in herself. Those may just be sample-sized bottles, but still they add up a lot. To a lot. I can feel myself on the brink of tears at the kindness of her offer. Thank you so much, that's a huge help. I bow deeply, which makes my mascot head wobble. Leaving the station behind, we head down Center Guide towards the No Cane building. No Cane building, a multi-tenant office building, and in Udagawacho? Okay. Located in Sendagai, Shibuya's downtown district, in addition to hosting the weight loss drink sales demo, the building is also home to the foreign capital protection from Japan, Cellcom. The IT mainstay Shibuya on Net, Sun, video game developer Shindai Tradco, and Strike Back Labs, publisher of the monthly magazine Science Strikes Back, along with many other businesses. Leaving the station behind, we head down Center Guide towards the No Cane building. The Burning Hammer sales demo is going to be held there this afternoon. The job's supposed to pay 10,000 yen for the day, but if we could sell at least 100 bottles at the demo, they promise another 10,000 on top of that. I need to make sure I sell those 100 bottles. I need that 20,000 yen, and I need it ASAP. We arrive at the No Cane building, a rundown multi-tenant office complex. We head in the room where the Burning Hammer sales demo is taking place. There are already about 50 seats set out. I wonder how many people the free samples will pull in. The stage has been set up at the far end of the room. That's where I'm going to be standing, sipping Burning Hammer while explaining its effects to the customers. Hurry up and take that thing off. The chicken flaps her wings as she speaks. It's kind of early, but come on, let's have lunch. I'm starving. Now that she mentions it, I realize I'm pretty hungry myself. The demo's not starting for another 2 hours. I can't win a war against my stomach for that long. The chicken and I head to the waiting room where they've set out our lunches for us. Mind getting my back real quick? The chicken asks. She arches her back toward me. I don't know why, but I find this scene here cute. It looks like the cat is riding the chicken. Apparently she can't reach her own zipper. Oh, sure, give me just a sec. I tried to unzip the back of the chicken suit, but my own suit's thick. Fuzzy fingers have a hard time of it. What's the holdup? Come on, I'm roasting in this thing. Hurry up and get it off me. I've almost got it. It's just awkward with these mitts. Finally, I get hold of the zipper and yank it downward. The girl emerges from the chicken as if the chicken itself were an egg. Whew, I'm alive. Her red sweatshirt is drenched in sweat. Almost at once, she's kicking back and cooling off with a hand fan. Sorry, but would you mind getting me too, I ask? Yeah, okay. I turn my back to the girl. I hear metal clacking behind me. At long last, I'm about to be free of this 5-ton fursuit. Huh? The girl murmurs awkwardly. Huh, what? A spike of anxiety hits me. What's wrong, I ask. Yeah, that's a no-go. Zipper's busted. What? Yeah, sorry, this thing ain't coming off. What? My vision goes dark. No. I tug desperately at the caution, but no luck. I'm trapped inside. Oh, what the crap. Oh, well, we can talk to the boss about it when he gets back, the girl says. I mean, it's not like we could just cut it off with you, I cut it off you with scissors or anything. She sounds entirely unconcerned. It's so unfair, I need to get out of this stuffy, sweltering steam bath as soon as possible. All I can do is clench my fists in impotent rage. But anyway, good work out there today, the girl continues. I'm Chiriko Asugi, by the way. You can just call me Chiri. She smiles as she introduces herself. I mean, I am a pretty cheery gal after all. She breaks into a heavy, hearty guffaw. Oh, sure, I say. It's nice to meet you. Yeah, for sure. So, I guess you're not gonna be able to eat lunch in that getup, huh? Huh? Yeah, that's right. What should I do? That's right, just leave it to me. Huh? I'll eat both lunches myself. Chiri doesn't even wait for me to reply before reaching for my lunch. It'd be a shame to let it go to waste, she says. She makes it sound like leftover food is a bigger concern than my hunger. I can feel my appetite stirring all the more as she devours my meal with a satisfied grin on her face. A faint, pathetic gurgle rises from my belly. It's just a cheap little prepackaged box lunch, but right now it looks like a feast. So what's your name? Chiri asks. Her cheeks are still packed with rice. My name? Yeah. Oh. It's, As I struggle to think of an answer, my eyes alight on the piece of tamagoyaki clutched between Chiri's chopsticks. The yellow slab of lightly grilled egg wobbles to and fro. I can see the inside from the way it's been sliced. It looks somewhat undercooked. Come on, what's your name? Oh, right, Tama. It's Tama. Huh? You mean like the famous cat? Well, ain't that fitting? Chiri chortles and stuffs the piece of tamagoyaki into her mouth. That takes a big swig of iced tea. I am beyond jealous. I wish I could gorge myself on these lunch boxes until I'm full to bursting. Heck, even a cold glass of iced tea would be a lifesaver right now. I'm so thirsty I'm starting to get all dizzy. Maybe I really am getting dehydrated. This isn't good. If I don't do something, I'm gonna pass out before the sales demo even starts. And then I remember something. The zipper down my back might be busted, but I can still take the head off, right? That way I'd at least be able to eat and drink stuff. Alright. How can you forget that? I decided to grab the head in my both hands and yank it upward with all my might. Rock my head back and forth good and hard. Ask Chiri to assist me. Sorry, would you mind helping me pull my head off? I decided to ask Chiri. Sorry, would you mind helping me pull my... Ow! I feel a dull throbbing pain at the back of my head. Like I bumped my head somewhere, but I don't remember doing that recently. Chiri flashes me a curious look. What are you doing, she asks. I thought maybe I could at least get the head off. That ain't gonna work. That thing's attached to the body. I slump forward and defeat face planting on the tabletop. No. Most folks would have noticed that when they put it on, you know. Well, I didn't. The boss helped me get into this, into it is the thing. Well, don't let it get you down, Chiri says. Here, drink some of this. She pulls out a bottle with a straw from her bag and pours some of the tea into it. In a fever of thirst, I jammed the plastic straw through the mascot's costume's mouth. Thankfully, it reached as far as my own. I suck it for all I'm worth. I suck and I suck and I suck. My body rejoices as the moisture returns to it, like rain coming to the desert. And thus, I revive. Actually, it kind of does feel like I'm coming back to life. Oh, thank you so much. I'm never going to forget this as long as I live. With tears welling up in my eyes, I clutch Chiri's hands in my fuzzy mitts. Hey, I'm not the kind of person to abandon someone in need, you know, she replies. An embarrassed grin crosses her face. How come you're carrying this bottle around with you anyway, I ask. Oh, that's because I make my own protein juice. Protein. In Japan, the word protein is frequently used to refer to the powdered health food supplement that contains vitamins and minerals as well as protein component. It is dissolved in milk or another liquid to create a drink. Protein diet, typically involving drinking a glass of this in the place of a meal. Drinking it in the place of tea would absurdly lead to weight gain. Protein juice? Never heard of it. I heard that if you have protein juice for one of your 3 meals a day, you'll lose weight. So yeah, I kind of need to keep it. Given Chiri's sort of, well, chubby frame, I don't think the protein's been working great for her. I've been trying all sorts of stuff, but right now protein is totally the best thing for my diet. This stuff, though. Chiri casts her eye at a sample of burning hammer on the table. It's like totally bogus. Huh? Bogus? That's a surprise. Well, yeah, Chiri says. You gotta exercise if you want to burn body fat. She smacks herself on one flabby arm. I mean, there's no way you're gonna lose weight by taking in more calories. Huh? Didn't she just say she was drinking protein juice just to lose weight? I keep that thought to myself. I mean, that'd be ridiculous as all you can eat Kobe beef, she adds. She shakes her head seriously. I'm not sure about using all you can eat. Anything that's an example in a discussion about weight loss. But again, I keep the thought to myself. But hey, a job's a job, Chiri says after a moment, perking up again. They tell me to sell this junk, I'll sell it. Sudden wailing comes from the other side of the door. Please just give me time. I swear I'll get back to you. What the heck, Chiri says? Is that the boss? I nod. That's definitely Mr. Yanagishida's voice. He's the guy who hired me. Sidling up alongside Chiri, I very quietly open the door and take a peek inside. Mr. Yanagishida is down on his hands and knees begging two uncouth-looking men glowering at him. Just a little more time, that's all I ask, he pleads. Once I sell this stuff, I can pay you back. I see a tiny bottle of burning hammer in his hand. Just a little more mimics the middle-aged fellow. I just gotta sell this. We've heard enough of that out of you. Yeah, the younger guy sneers. We ain't giving you any more time, so quit asking. But I really just need a little longer this time. Please, you gotta believe me. From the look of things, Mr. Yangashida is dealing with some loan sharks. Loan sharks, though it seems obvious that this term refers to toothy predators of the deep, the word shark in this case actually has its origin in and an older Germanic word meaning parasite or someone who preys on others. The same word gave rise to the terms pool shark and card shark. In the case of loan sharks, though, the initial mental image seems quite appropriate. And the two thugs are clearly in no mood for his continued groveling. Cherry and I exchange a glance. It's probably best if we don't go out there right now. But now I'm really worried. Am I actually going to get paid for this gig? As I'm pondering that, one of the men grabs Yangishita by the nape of the neck and drags him to his feet. Come with us, pal. We'll take you someplace you can work off your debts. Say what? Mr. Yangishita wails. The two men drag him away. Huh, guess he's gone then, Chiri says. She's already starting to pack up her things. Wait, what are you doing, I ask. Going home, not much point sticking around. Going home? I mean, the demo sure ain't happening now. Anyhow, it was nice working with you. See ya. Moments later, Chiri is out the door. Now what do I do? I've been left here all by myself, more or less, at a total loss. Bad end. Our poor feline friend isn't going to get paid now that those debt collectors showed up and dragged her boss away. If a certain someone hadn't told the thugs how to get to No Cane building, they probably wouldn't have caught Yanagashita. The right decision happens at 11:50, but who has to make it? Ah, you gotta be kidding me. Don't do that to me, game. Alright, so... Alright. Alright, so... Tomo, a little bit more catching up here. When I played as, hold on, you'll see. Oh, Lord. Okay, so when I played as Ichi here, oh, that's great. Now my disk drive is deciding to be difficult. Anyway, so with Aichi here, or Aichi, he is asked how to get to a building, and I meant to select the other answer than I chose, and I was like, oh, I was able to continue. I was able to do almost the whole thing right up to the 12 o'clock part, but then I ended up getting a keep out. But two men come up to me at this time period asking how to get to this one building, and that's what they were referring to. A certain, thug gives them like directions on where they need to go. So now I need to go back here. And yeah, Yakuza looking guys. So no harm in helping a couple lost dudes. Ichi pointing them in the direction of the center guy, and then the other one was, I don't like the thought of these two following Hitomi and me. Ichi pointed them in the opposite direction from the center guy. That's what I meant to hit, but I selected A, and I went, oh, shoot, that's the wrong one. Because I wanted to do this, because they looked, sketchy. I don't like the thought of these two following Hitomi and me. Ichi pointed them in the opposite direction from the center guy. Pretty sure it's that way, he said. Thanks, man. Sorry to bug you. The two men headed off toward the main road. to go back to Tama. Just gotta get back to where I was now. The door flies open suddenly and a loud voice belts out, "Hold it right there!" I roll around in a panic to see an odd-looking man standing in the doorway. It's Junichi Yanagashita. He's the guy who'd hired us. I heard that, Chiri. Don't you go calling my product junk. That's disrespectful. Chiri gave him an apologetic look. Whoops, sorry about that. You should be, but whatever. If you really have doubts, have a try for yourself. Mr. Yanagashita pulls out a bottle of Burning Hammer from his coat pocket. Burning Hammer. Sister products include Del Sweats, Cellulose, Better Sweater, Dom Pepperon, Power Burn Z, Mr. Thin, Nega Chow, and Super Nega Chow. At first glance, it looks like some kind of energy supplement, but the cheapo label gives an immediate impression of its sketchiness. Go on, says Yanagashita. Give it a go. Chiri reaches out to take it, but no sooner does she grab the bottle, Mr. Yanagashita shouts out once more. Wait, hold on. What? Chiri squawks. What gives? You two. You're both good stomach-wise. Stomach-wise? Yeah, drinking this stuff on an empty stomach can cause some pretty nasty problems. So just make sure you eat or drink something beforehand. Doesn't matter what, really. What? Wait, nasty problems? Yeah, such as what, I ask? I'd rather not say. Nobody would buy it otherwise. Seriously? It's all good, I just had lunch, Chiri says. She flashes a carefree smile. Well, I haven't eaten yet, but on the other hand, I've been guzzling much iced tea as I could fill myself up. It's probably safe for me to try this stuff. Hey, I might as well drink it. And for a penny and for a pound, but hey, maybe it'll help me lose some weight. No, I better not drink this stuff, it's not even particularly appetizing. And C, wait, is this the stuff that gives you visions or something? Good. No, I better not drink this stuff. It's not even particularly appetizing. Chiri twists off the cap. Bottoms up, she declares, and proceeds to noisily gulps her bottle down. It doesn't seem like she minds it. Maybe it's actually pretty tasty after all. Huh? Aren't you gonna have some too? Mr. Yanagashita flashes me a look. I guess I might as well try just a little bit. I stick the bottle of Burning Hammer into my mascot head and mouth. It has an unexpected smell like curry. Getting my own lips around the mouth of the bottle, I gulp down the liquid inside. Huh? Doesn't taste like anything. Handful of seconds go by. What the heck? It feels like a firecracker just exploded inside my mouth. Now it's spicy. Way too spicy. It's like I swallowed a chili pepper coated in curry powder. Before I knew it, I'm sweating bullets. Well, you sweating, Mr. Mr. Yangashita asks. Like a whole lot you are, aren't you? Why does he sound so happy about that? That's right, there's a magic of burning hammer at work. Cheery and I are at a loss for words. Burning hammer. Drink all you want, just burn those pounds away. How's that sound? Good, huh? This is just so stupid spicy it makes you sweat, Cheery blurts out. Blunt and to the point, I approve. Yeah? Well, I guess you're right, Yangashita says. He hangs his head. What is in this stuff, I ask? I can still feel my tongue tingling. Heck, my whole body is too numb to move. I'm so shocked I even forget to get properly angry. So it's this health food product that got imported from America a few years back. Yangashita explains. But the import agency went out of business not long after and couldn't do the merch. So I bought up the whole lot, everything they had in their storehouse, spent all the money I had on it. Cheery arches an eyebrow. How much did it cost you, she asks. 1 million yen for 300 bottles? I can scarcely believe my ears. 300 bottles at 1 million yen? For the lot? That's roughly 3,333 yen a piece. Each one of these teensy little bottles costs over 3,000 yen? You got ripped off, man, Cheery says. You really think so? Huh? Yeah, you're probably right. He hangs his head even more despondently. This is the sort of thing they'd sell for 100 yen shops or something. Ouch, Cheery, moving in for the kill. 100 yen shops, really? Mr. Yangashita lets out the heaviest of sighs. I'm starting to feel pretty bad for the guy, actually. Don't let it get you down, sir, I say, hoping to comfort him. But Mr. Yangashita just lets out a sob-choked sigh. A deep breath empathetically exhaled, often a sign of disappointment, stress, or unrequited love. Also a way of expressing anxiety brought on by massive debt. One has no money to give, only sighs. Right now, Minoru Minorikawa is in the company of someone inclined to sigh this way. I try again, it'll be okay, whether or not it helps you lose weight. It is spicy, and it does make you sweat. I'm not sure I follow, Cheery says. How much you selling those bottles for, boss? 15,000 yen per bottle. Selling all 300 bottles would yield proceeds of 4.5 million yen after deducting expenses such as the cost of the product, rental fee for the venue, pay for the part-timers, and printing flyers. This yields a net profit of roughly 2.5 million yen. It's doubtful that anyone would pay 15,000 yen for a single small bottle, but you never know. There could be a few housewives or young women out there who'd fork that much in the name of weight loss. A terrifying thought. What? Cheery's jaw practically hits the floor. Mine does the same. No way. Nah, no freaking way. Calling that price point absurd wouldn't begin to do it justice. Well, look, selling it at that price is my only option. I need to cover my costs. Anyway, please, I need you both to work your hardest. Apparently he's committed to this insane course of action. Okay, Cheery replies. It's more like a sigh than a proper response, but I can't blame her. As for me, I can't. A, even find the words. I'm so flabbergasted. B, just sit there and don't speak. Isn't this just a scam, sir? I'm gonna go with the scam. Sorry, can't hear you. Yangashita plays dumb. Fine, I repeat myself. This is a scam, isn't it? He tilts his head to one side. Something's wrong with my ear. Undeterred, I repeat myself once more. This is a scam, isn't it? Tears are welling up in Mr. Yanagashita's eyes. Look, kid, he says huskily, listen up. He's clearly struggling to maintain his calm. You're in the grown-ups world now. I nod a few times, but a scam is still a scam, right, I say? You, sir? What's your name again? Oh, it's Tama. Okay, Tama, why are you still wearing your costume? Huh? He straightened up, dodged my question. Oh, well, at least I tried. I explained the situation with my suit. Wow, so then are you going to do the sales demo like that? Well, if I can't take the mascot costume off, I don't have much of a choice, do I? No, that won't do at all. I hired you to be a model. If you're wearing that thing, then what's the point? I'm at a loss for words. The point is exactly what he's missing. It's not like I'm wearing this getup because I want to. How about we just cut it off yet? Chiri says with a big grin. She pulls a massive pair of scissors out of her bag. The blades make an unsettling snip sound as she waggles them in my face. Whoa, no, you can't do that, Yangashita explains. That suit's a rental. I don't want to have reimburse them for the thing. Well, then what am I supposed to do, I ask. He looks at me uncertainly. Maybe you could have someone from the rental place come down, Chiri suggests, before helping herself to the rest of my lunch. Oh, hey, good idea, Yangashita says. He seems to be making an effort to calm himself down at least. Just try to grin and bear it until then, Tama. Well, I guess that's that then. I'm sure we'll get it off eventually, I say. Hopefully before the demo. That's the spirit. I really need you to be my model. Model, huh? I'm flattered, but I can't help but wonder, would I be any good at that? Well, this is no time to be timid. I need that money, no matter what. My troubles all started earlier this morning. I was at a knick-knack shop at Center Guy. I happened to pass by and I spotted a red necklace on display in the storefront. And I got this weird sensation when I saw it. You could maybe call it deja vu, something like that. If it was, I was drawn to it somehow. This was mine. I was sure of it. I wanted it. No, I needed it. I needed to make it mine. As soon as I possibly could. That's how strong the feeling was. The price was 40,000 yen. I checked my wallet repeatedly, but I only had 20,000 on me. Nonetheless, I needed to have it. There was just one question. How? Somehow I managed to drag myself away from the shop. Just a few minutes later, I ran into Mr. Yanagashita. Hey, a voice said out of nowhere. If you want, I could pay you 10,000 for a day's work. I found myself staring at a frumpy middle-aged man who was handing me this business card. Managing Director Junichi Yanagashita, Yamato Health Foods Co., Ltd. I'm in a real bind here. Need some extra help. Would you mind coming with me? Begging you, just one day. It seemed pretty sketchy. As much as I needed the money for that necklace, I wasn't going anywhere with some random weirdo. I ignored him and tried to just walk it off. Please. Please, please. Yanagashita grabbed me by the hand. Watch it, pal, I snapped, hands off or I'd start shouting for help. Please, it's not like that, just hear me out. Look, I'm in a hurry. Please, please. Knock it off. I spun forcefully away from him, making my hand from his grip. Hold on a sec, folks. Okay. Oof. Yanagashita whirled through the air and fell into the bushes. Whoa, where'd that come from, you gasped. His eyes were wide as saucers. You a martial artist or something? No, I think that was just a fluke. The truth was I surprised myself at how well I'd pulled off that escape move. Ah, okay then. Look, I'm sorry. Can you give me a hand? No way. No, I mean, give me your hand. My hip's killing me here. Ah. Ow, 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 ow. I guess the least I could do is help get this guy to his feet. Look, why are you hounding me so much? Please don't be angry. The moment I saw you, I just felt it. You're the only person who can possibly do this job for me. I let it aside, but my interest was admittedly piqued. What kind of job? I need a sales rep for a health supplement. I want you to do PR as a dieting success story for my product. Just look at you. You have the body of an actress. Sales are gonna go through the roof. Well, it was hard to feel too offended when you told me that. The job didn't seem as fishy as I initially suspected. Alright, then maybe I'm interested, I said. There's just one thing. Yeah, whatever it is, I'm sure I can handle it. I need 20,000 yen as soon as possible. So the day only pays 10,000. Alright then, if you sell 100 bottles of our sales event, I'll throw in another 10,000 as a bonus. How's that sound? I certainly couldn't think of any other way I was going to earn 20,000 yen in a single day. This might be exactly the break I needed. You got a deal. You have my services for the day, I said, bowing my head. Yes! Yana Gishida jumped for joy. What about your hip? Huh? Oh, yeah, it's better now, all better. Fixed itself just now. Yana Gishida bowed deeply as I gave him a dubious look. Look, I'm sorry, he added hurriedly. Wasn't trying to pull a fast one on you, honest. I was just getting for talent and I saw you, and well, was trusting this guy really the best idea? I was starting to worry just a little about whether he'd actually pay up. Look, I've staked everything on the sales demo later today, he went on. This is the make or break opportunity of a lifetime. Sure. I'll be honest with you, I'm in a ton of debt. 2 million yen, 2 million. Yanagasida's tone had taken on a feverish intensity. If I don't pay it back by the end of the day, then boy, howdy am I up the creek without a paddle. Hey, how did you even get into a situation like that, I asked. He gazed skyward, far-off look in his eyes. Because even if he knows he has no chance of winning, sometimes a man just has to stand and fight. But I guess a girl like you wouldn't understand. He laughed and smiled at his own words, but he was right. I sure as heck didn't understand in the slightest. Anyway, real quick, could you put this on? Mr. Yanagishida briskly rummaged through his bundle, then thrust a cat costume out toward me. What? Here. Yeah! Before the sales event, you gotta hand out some samples. Hand out some samples. The burning hamper in the sample bottles is cut 10 parts to 1 with water. Even so, it is intensely spicy, and drinking it on an empty stomach is sure to cause gastrointestinal distress, or even make the drinker black out. It's hard to believe that a sample of something so dangerous would win over any customers. But you never know. There could be housewives or younger women out there who accept such a risk in the name of weight loss. Another terrifying thought. The job's already started, you know, and with that, Mr. Yanagishida went about getting me into the mascot suit. Looking back on it, it was a pretty ridiculous turn of events. Still, if I'm going to get my hands on that necklace, I need to take the chances that just job will pay out. There's a knock at the door. Huh? Who could it be? Mr. Yanagishida asked. We got a customer already? He opens the door and heads outside. No way, is that a customer? Chihiri says. I mean, right? She guzzles from her 2-liter bottle of iced tea. No one's gonna buy something as sketchy as this. I guess not, I agree. About the only thing I can really say about Burning Hammer is that it's spicy. Anyhow, Chihiri says, want to get something to eat? But you just ate lunch. 2 lunches. I know this amazing Chinese buffet. Want to come along? Because I'm gonna dominate. Huh? Someday I plan to chow my way through every item on their menu. Before I can respond, I hear a sudden outburst in the hallway. What the hell are you thinking, selling something like this? The voice sounds harsh and strained. It's quickly followed by another voice. Mr. Yanagashita, sounding desperately apologetic. Well, be fair now. I did ask whether or not you were on an empty stomach. You must have given someone burning hammer. Huh? I say? Shiri nods. Yeah, maybe. But that's weird. Did we really get a customer this early? Yeah, isn't the sales demo not until 1 o'clock? There are more sounds from the hallway. Chiri gets a weird look on her face. Whoa, what? What the heck? What's going on? What's going on? Die! Suddenly a man kicks down the door and bursts in, shrieking like a madman. His face is flushed, steam is erupting from every pore. Jerry and I can only stare frozen with bewilderment as he rampages around the room, smashing everything in sight. In a matter of moments, the venue is completely totaled. Then the guy simply charges back out the door. No chance of holding the sales demo now. Why did this have to happen? Who was that guy? Why did he have to do this? Hold on a sec, folks. In case anyone's wondering, there's a beeping sound, and for some time, for the past month or two, my disk drive has been ejecting the disk randomly, and I don't know why. I just assume it's on its way out. It already ejected the disk out from it, but now it's just constantly beeping that it's, you know, doing it over and over again. I don't know if it's because of the heat or what's causing it to be like that, but it's basically just acting up. So if anybody hears beeping, that's what the sound is. Demo postponed. There wasn't much time Ichiro could do to stop this strange intruder from destroying the sale event, but why did he show up in the first place, especially at this hour? The man in question has a clear choice to make at 11:30. Poor Thomas' fate hinges on what he decides. Oh my god. That's annoying. 11:30, huh? Maybe this one? Let's see what happens here. Still out of keep out, huh? Okay. So after he steps away, the other guy should appear. Jeez, guess I overreacted. Okay. The suspect, meanwhile, was still staring out the window. The announcer's electronic voice filled the train compartment. Next stop, Harajuku. Next stop, Harajuku. Huh. Kano almost cried out. The suspect was moving toward the exit door. Apparently he was only taking the train one station down the line. The train pulled into Harajuku station and the man got off. Harajuku, the area east of the Japan Rail Harajuku station corresponding to Jingyume, one comb, or Icomb? Yeah, no, it's one Chome, and Shibuya. Once a bustling Shukuba or post station where travelers could rest while journeying across the country. In modern times, it bustles instead of high schoolers after school displaying flashy youth fashion, clothing and accessory stores, and fast food restaurants line the streets. Many cutting-edge trends in Japanese youth culture get their start here. The detectives follow him and disembarked accordingly. The suspect walked along the platform and took a seat on the empty bench. Was he checking to see if he had a tail? Sticking around on the platform at a station where you just got off was pretty unusual behavior. Not wanting to arouse the man's suspicion, the investigators from the NPD made their way down the stairs as inconspicuously as they could. Kano, however, had a sudden inspiration and went to speak to one of the station attendants. Sorry to bother you, but I think I left something on the train just now. He tried to keep an eye on the man on the bench as he read his story to the attendant. The suspect sat silently on the bench as attached case clutched securely in his arms. He didn't really look like he was checking for a tail. Was he waiting here for someone else then? Before long, a train heading counterclockwise around the loop arrived. The man rose from the bench and stepped up to the boarding area. Wait, what the heck? If this guy got on the counterclockwise train, wouldn't that just take him right back to Shibuya station? The man boarded the train. Kano had no choice but to follow suit. Was this guy playing them? The suspect got off again once the train reached Shibuya. All he'd done was to go... I can't speak today, honestly. All he'd done was go to Harajuku and come right back. Kano reported into Kuze. The suspect has returned to Shibuya station. Acknowledged, keep tailing him. Kano felt himself growing increasingly paranoid. This criminal organization didn't seem too keen on getting away. And here was HQ giving these guys free rein. Something was off, he was sure of that. As he told the mark, Kano took out his phone. What were Tadino's instincts about the case right now? If the senior detective had any advice, Kano would love to hear it. He dialed Tadino's number. The line rang a few times, but nobody picked up. Probably he was too busy seeing to hit home his safety. Kano felt bewildered. They'd been letting the suspect lead them around for over an hour now. During an abduction case, he generally didn't update the victim's family on any development in case they tried to interfere. Kano could only imagine what the Osawa family was going through right now. After a short walk from Shibuya station, the attached case was handed off yet again. This time the recipient was a tall, dark-skinned man. Again, the Shibuya-based task force split into two groups in order to tail both suspects. Kano stuck with the man who had the case. As the previous man had done, the newest suspect wandered around Dogansaka for a while. Repeatedly looping around and around the same locations was a weirdly roundabout way to make a series of handoffs. Excuse me, detective. Kano turned around with a start. Oh, hey, he said, I know you. It was Leland Palmer, the lecturer who'd been an eyewitness to the kidnapping. The man practically radiated concern. How's Maria doing? Is she alright? I am very worried for her. His Japanese was more halting now. My heart, it is with her family. Kano gave a quick look around. It didn't appear that they were being watched. Maybe Palmer knew more than he told the police earlier. If Kano talked to him now, he might have additional clues. If the syndicate spots us, my cover's blown. We're hoes. I can't stick around like this. Leland, I'm sorry, but at this stage I can't share any details. Is that so? Oh, yes, of course. Leland casts his eyes down on his head. Please don't worry, though. We were so hard at work investigating, I guess. Thank you very much. With that, Kano turned away from his lecturer and went back to tailing his suspect. Don't want to lose him. He pulled his phone from his pocket. It was Rumi again. It was weird that she called twice when she knew he was in the middle of something important. Had something happened while she was waiting at the cafe with her father? Kano picked up hurriedly. What's the matter? What's the matter? You know what the matter is. Rather than Rumi's soft soprano, it was a threatening masculine voice that came over the phone. Uh-oh. Kano felt his whole body stiffen with dread. Is this my father-in-law speaking? Don't remember being anyone's father-in-law. The speaker's tone was firm and flat. No, I know, I just, Kano found himself at a loss for words. So you're dating my daughter, huh? Sir, yes, sir. Kano barely squeaked out his reply. Thinking about getting married? Yes, sir. And speaking of which, I'd love the chance to sit down and have a nice, long... Then how long are you gonna keep me waiting? Hurry up and get your ass over here. Oh. How very much Kano wished he could do exactly that. Sir, I would, but forget it. The words came in an angry huff. You can't have her. Goodbye. What? Sir, please wait. As Kano cried in desperation, he heard Rumi's voice on the other end of the line. Dad, you can't just use the phone like that. Or use my phone like that. You were taking too long in the bathroom. Give it back. Rumi? Kano tried and failed to keep the heartbreak out of his voice. Sweetie, what's wrong? Your father just said he doesn't want us getting married. What? Dad? What did you say to my boyfriend? Listen to you calling that little boy pet names and whatnot. I think you're a little too attached. Dad, you haven't even met him. That's why I told you to have him come see me. How long's he gonna make me wait? Kano listened as the two argued on the other end of the phone. The phone must be lying somewhere between them. Could this get any more awkward? Rumi, I'm sorry, Kano shouted apologetically into the mouthpiece. This is all my fault. Please you don't have to fight like this. The phone clattered and Rumi scrambled to bring it to her cheek. No, I'm the one who should be sorry. Sorry for what? It was Shizuo again, grumbling in the background. Nothing to apologize for. I'll do with my father, Rumi said hastily. You just focus on work, sweetie. I know you're in the middle of something really important. Thanks, Rumi. Kano was legitimately touched. I'll do my best. Kano hung up and went back to the task at hand, more determined than ever. For Rumi's sake, not to mention the victims he needed to focus on cracking this case, The man he was tailing was walking several meters ahead. There was no telling when Kuze might give the arrest order. Kano braced himself to spring into action the very instant the order came down. Mobile command to all units. Once more, the director's voice came in over the wireless. Was it time to make the arrest at last? We've identified the man who first picked up the attached case by the statue of Hachiko. No arrest yet then, but still a crucial development. His name is Tariq Al-Karawan. He's got priors for larceny, illegal possession of narcotics, you name it. He belongs to a foreign criminal syndicate that's operating in Shibuya. I don't know why I said oppressing. Kano felt his apprehension rising. If this syndicate was behind the kidnapping, they were anything but amateurs. And though they might be lending the police on a wild goose chase, they certainly weren't playing around. To be continued. Okay, Kano's is done. I wonder if it's going to do the same thing here. Yep, keep out still. Oh my. Lot to pass by here. Hold on. Another email arrived in his inbox. Osawa furrowed his brow as he scanned the message. Emergency alert. Come to Heaven Publishing ASAP. If not, someone is going to die. Minoru Minorikawa. Heaven Publishing? Minorikawa. Osawa wasn't familiar with any of those names. He wondered if it was related to the mysterious emails he received earlier, or maybe the sender had some information about the kidnapping. The fact that the message had been signed with a real name instead of a pseudonym, along with its obvious urgency, certainly gave it an air of truth. And the word "someone is going to die" filled him with a wave of panic. Maria! There was no time to waste. In a rush, he found directions to Heaven Publishing on his computer, then slipped out of the house. It took a good while to find his way to the multi-tenant building. The signs in front showed that Heaven Publishing occupied the 3rd and 4th floors. Osawa took the elevator to the 3rd floor. He peeked inside the offices there only to find the entire place empty. The 4th floor was likewise deserted. There was a rope dangling from the ceiling, tied off into a noose. All seemed rather sinister, but Osawa had no idea what it meant. He waited a good 30 minutes, anxious the whole time. The half hour turned into an hour, and then to 2. It seemed that no one was going to turn up. Osawa headed back to the 3rd floor. He decided to wait there for 1 more hour. By now he was committed to the extra hour, turned into 2. Exhausted, he dozed off in his chair, and when he came to, it was close to sundown. Sunset already? He gazed out the window, the haze of sleep still clinging to his mind. He had the feeling he was forgetting something important, but the sight of the sun quietly setting over the cityscape made the crisis of life feel strangely distant. The time of peace and quiet he had longed for was right here. Bad end. Escape from reality? A mysterious email told Osawa to go to Heaven Publishing, but there was nobody there. This email was sent by Minorikawa, of course, at around 11:30. He blasted out an email to all reporters he knew, but in his hurry, he screwed up one of the addresses, which coincidentally delivered a copy of the message to Osawa. Obviously, this never would have happened if Minorikawa hadn't rushed out that email. Okay. Okay, so obviously I gotta do something here, but he said something about the emails, so I guess I gotta go back. Don't tell me I gotta go all the way back here again. I hope not. Guess I have to go back here, I'm guessing. I'm gonna try the other option. Though I'm fine, you're a lifesaver. How much do I owe you? Paid the fare and got out of the cab. I'm going to swim by the train station. If I don't get any passengers, I'll come by this way again. Kibizuka said. The taxi pulled away. Decided to avoid the elevator in favor of rushing up the stairs. Okay, and we're back to going up here and pounding on the door. Same thing again. I gotta figure out. So, is it something about the emails? That you sent one out to somebody by accident. So basically, I gotta go all the way back here? That's what it's telling me? Around 11:30. Wait. What? This is taking longer than I suspected, honestly. I mean, I'm getting into the 3 hours and 30-minute mark, and I'm just... The man in question has a clear choice to make at 11:30. That's the trash collector, but there's no decision to be made there. No. He's not at 11:30. This is 11:35. Trying to figure out here. I really don't know. So we're gonna play this guy back from the beginning? Is this what it's telling me? Trying to go through this as quick as I can. If I'm doing this for nothing, I'm gonna be peeved. Not peeved, but I'm just wasting time if that's the case. Got a funny feeling this is all for nothing. Technically, I just needed to play that one specific part, so... see if anything changes here. folks, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go and do something right quick. decided to grab the head in both my hands and yank it over with all my might. Oh, come on. No matter how hard I pulled, it wouldn't come off. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what it is that I need to do to get access to these, like, either the pass the keep out or the bad ends. Just wish it could go by a little bit faster when I press X. I'm gonna select the other one here. Can't even find the words, I'm so flabbergasted. Hey, I try to remember, what was her name again? He interjects? Oh, right, Tama. We're going back into this again. Back on this again. Somehow I'm in, oh, Yeah, that's how he runs into the guy, that's right. Starting to get a bit of a headache here. Then the guy comes in and smashes up the place. Back to the same thing again. What is this? Seriously? Let's see. Okay. I'm just trying to figure, Kibo. Apparently Osawa doesn't have any important choices to make here. Let's see. I love how, yeah. So right now, basically, I'm trying to figure out this makes no sense. I just trying to follow a guide here, and what it's telling me is just I didn't read any of that. Oh wait, this is from 11 till... Try something here. And grab her and run. He charged the man in the doorway, kicking at the cane. He kept on. Assassin lost his balance and stumbled to the left. Still a keep out? Okay. I think I'm gonna have to throw in the towel. Honestly, I really wanted to complete this, but I'm trying to find a guide that tells me what it is, like what I'm supposed to do, and like for instance, for the demo's over, postponed, it just says here select Tama from the time turn. This is 1, 2, your choice. Okay. I know what it is. That jump was when I selected the psi word. Then I was able to jump back to Minorikawa. Here we go. I actually had to follow up with it. Duh. No, it's just Toyama let out a long, heavy sigh of resignation. It's the scratch cards that were in the 4-star general gossip. Scratch cards, a type of lottery card featuring areas printed with a special silver ink. These silver ink areas can be scratched off with just a fingertip or coin to reveal potential winnings, providing a quick speed lotto fix. In order to prevent the symbols or letters underneath the silver from showing through, the back of the card is printed in black. Somehow you always seem to lose when you get your hopes up, and manage to win when you least expect it. That's where the problem is. And what is the problem? If you shine a light on the cards from behind, you can see where the winning symbols are. Whoa. Oh my Landa. Hey, beginner. Oh, okay. Do you want me to join? Hold on. I messed things up doing with the printing company. All of this, he gestured vaguely. It's my fault, my responsibility. He proceeded to explain the situation in detail. Word was quick to leak on the internet that there was a way to find the winning symbols, and suddenly thousands of card holders turned up in mass to collect. Heaven Publishing was hit with a massive financial liability, and the employees rushed to flee a sinking ship. Before Toyama realized it, he was the only one left at the company, and he was up against the deadline for next month's 4-star general gossip. If I have to drop next month's issue, I'll be stuck in debt even deeper. And if that happens, I'm finished. Toyama gave a dismal groan. So don't drop the issue, Minoru Yakawa snapped. He pounded his fist right into the side of a cardboard box, but Toyama just shook his head weakly. Being up for 3 days straight trying to fill the pages. It's not enough. I can't do the impossible. He dropped his gaze to the floor, countless scratch cards laid scattered about. They'd probably been amidst the pile that fallen off the desk earlier. Each card showed a neat row of 5 win symbols. You can't know if it's impossible if you don't see it through. I'll never make it in time. The proof needs to be done by 8 o'clock this evening. Proof, the final stage before printing. When the copy or manuscript is checked for errors, not sending corrected proofs to the printer before the deadline can result in the book or magazine in question not making it onto the shelves in time for release day. Well then, Minoru Yakawa thought to himself. He let it aside and then held his hand out for Hana. Hana, would you mind giving me that hose? Hana gave her father a quick look, then handed the rubber hose to Minoru Yakawa. This won't be necessary. He tossed the rubber hose into the trash, then jabbed his finger at Toyama. Show me the layout and then draft a proposal for next month's issue. Toyama blinked a few times in disbelief. Huh? You can't possibly be serious. I'm trying to help. Now show me the layout and the proposal before I change my mind. After a brief, incredulous pause, Toyama hurried off to grab the paperwork. A layout in publishing speak is an outline of a magazine showing which articles will occupy which pages. Minorikawa gave it a quick once-over, finding that 12 of the pages were still blank and untouched. He wanted to punch whatever writers had been assigned these pages. "See what I mean?" Toyama said. "It's hopeless." He sounded perversely proud of his failure. Getting enough material to fill 12 pages by 8 o'clock? Yeah, it was definitely a tall order, alright. "Says who?" Minorikawa replied. "Remember who you're talking to here." Wait a minute. Oh, okay. "You seriously think you can do it?" "You're joking, right?" Minorikawa shot back. "I seriously know I can do it. There's nothing in this world I hate more than a bad joke. Why are you doing this for me?" Toyama was getting misty-eyed. "I'm not doing it for you, you spineless wimp. I'm doing this for poor little Hana." "Minorikawa, I'm so sorry." Toyama bowed his head so deeply, Minorikawa thought he might put his face through the floor. "Don't apologize to me, apologize to your daughter." "Oh, forgive me, please forgive me, Hana." Toyama clutched her tightly in his arms. The girl hugged him back on the verge of tears. "Hey now, enough of the waterworks. I've got your backs. Don't you worry about a thing." Minorikawa picked up the draft proposal for the pages that needed filling. The words Shibuya Scuttlebutt Special were plastered across the cover sheet in big, bold type. Okay, so a 12-page special edition block on Shibuya. Fair enough. And first on the docket, drink yourself thin with Burning Hammer. This reeked of a scam. The only way drinking more of something would make you lose weight would be if you were mixed with a laxative, probably. Still, there wasn't enough time to tweak the layout plan now. According to the proposal write-up, a product demo was scheduled for 1 p.m. that day. The location printed on the map was blurred and hard to make out, but Minorikawa had a rough idea where it was. It looked like he didn't have much of a choice but to swing by in hopes of getting more material. He scanned further along into the proposal. Society of Surveillance, hidden cameras installed throughout Shibuya? The rise and fall of Shibuya's vigilante squad. Where are they now? Washed up screenwriter showcase. Sexy Squared? Twins share top prize at local university beauty contest. Shibuya now. Black market organ trafficking in Shibuya. Shadowy foreign crime syndicate exposed. Those 7 pieces were to fill the 12 empty pages. That was the plan at any rate, but there wasn't enough material there to make any headway. The Shibuya Now article didn't even have any proposed content. This sucked hardcore. It didn't even look like there was much material for the rise and fall of Shibuya's vigilante squad either. The note suggested that a few years prior, a group of youngsters in Shibuya had banded together to help fight crime in their neighborhoods. At this point, however, things had flipped around completely and they become a gang of street punks themselves. A turn to the dark side. It had making for an interesting article to be sure, but tracking down this game would take time. Minorikawa was personally intrigued by the one about organ harvesting in Shibuya. The rumor was that organs were being smuggled out of Southeast Asia and fenced locally at tremendous price. There was even a plan to ascertain the authenticity of these claims fascinating. If Minorikawa was going to be spending all day gathering other material, though, he didn't have much time to spare for it. Shibuya Now? The rise and fall of Shibuya's vigilante squad, black market, organ trafficking in Shibuya? Minorikawa decided that one of these 3 would have to go. He thought about it long and hard as he stared at the draft proposal. There was a good chance he'd really screwed himself over if he picked the wrong one. Finally, he decided to cut. let's go with Shibuya now. He decided to cut Shibuya now. He didn't have the time to make up an article out of whole cloth. His goal was just to make sure the 4-star General Gossip made it to the press at all. Society of Surveillance, where are they now? Sexy Squared. Those 3 pieces had individuals slated for interviews, but no appointments had been made with any of them. Let's go to interviews where a dicey prospect, Minoru Akawa, decided to call them up on his on his cell as he made his way down the list. The only one he managed to get a hold of was Shinosuke Arai from the Where Are They Now piece. Shinosuke Arai, former broadcast writer, has appeared on various popular variety shows on commercial network Sun TV. He currently heads up a small theater troupe known as the Wandering Angels, operating out of Shibuya. Later today, the troupe is putting on a performance at Theater Ace in Sakura Gakao Kachao. It's probably wrong, but anyway. He said he'd be willing to give a 15-minute interview after 2:30. Minoru Kawa aside, he just had to get material from others in a more impromptu fashion then. Putting his nose to the grindstone, he started throwing together a schedule for the day. Was it possible to get all the material and write it all up and finish the whole thing by 8 o'clock? It was no use. No matter how he tweaked it, none of his simulations ended with him having a proof ready on time. He just needed one more thing, and that was another writer. Minoru Akawa zoomed through his contact list, calling up the freelancers he knew. The results were depressing answering machines. Overseas on business, in the hospital, currently doing time. Before long, he called everyone he could think of except one Novus freelancer, Chiaki Iso. Chiaki was a bit of an odd duck, a reporter who was scared of talking to people. Minoru Kawa had never known anyone who became so hopelessly flustered on one sitting. Hopelessly flustered, and in such a rattled state as to be unable to speak. Chiaki's tendency to become flustered is famous among her freelance writer colleagues. Once she conducted an hour-long interview, during which she only managed to ask her interviewed subject name. Yet another chapter in the legend of hopelessly flustered Chiaki. If she couldn't talk to people, she certainly couldn't do interviews. And if she couldn't get any real interview content, she wouldn't be able to write much in the way of copy. Would she come to his aid if asked? Quite probably. The issue was whether she would hinder more than help. This is no time for beggars to be choosers, she decided to call up Chiaki. What he needed now were dependable folks he could count on. He decided to email his contacts from back in his staff reporter days. I'm gonna go with Chiaki. This is no time for beggars to be choosers. He decided to call up Chiaki. Phone rang several times before a sleepy voice finally answered. Sound only. Chiaki, so mellow? Chiaki, hi, it's Minoru Kawa. Are you free today? Huh? What? She seemed thrown by an abrupt question. Did you just wake up? Huh? No, I mean, well, yeah. Good morning. Her voice still sounded half asleep. So then I'm guessing you don't have any work slated for today as usual? Pretty much. No work, no money, no food. Nothing to do except sleep. If I'm not awake, I can't dwell on how hungry I am. She didn't sound well, almost like she literally didn't have anything to eat. Well, I've got work for you. I'm over at 4-star General Gossip. Get over here ASAP. What? You really mean it? That seemed to finally wake her up. Yeah, but hurry. Minoru Kawa decided he'd assign Chiaki to the rise and fall of Shibuya's vigilante squad. First, I wanted you to take a look around Shibuya for the group of vigilante types. But by vigilantes, you mean people who have volunteered to help prevent crime? There was a note of relief in Chiaki's voice. Yeah, that's right. Except apparently now they turned into a nasty street gang. Did you say street gang? Nah, no way, absolutely not. Minori Kawa could almost see her shaking her head on the other end of the line. What if I get killed or sold into slavery overseas or something? He doubted there was much chance of the latter, or the former, for that matter, but still he understood her concern. Alright, I hear you, he said. Then how about you go around Shibuya Station and do some street interviews for me? Street interviews? There was a nervous waver in Chiaki's voice now. Yeah, just talk to normal, regular people walking around outside the train station. That should be fine, yeah. But Mr. Mina, street interviews aren't really my... apparently it was beyond my capacity to give him a simple no. No buts. Just interview at least 10 people and give me an article by 6 o'clock. Okay. Minori Ikawa had originally planned to act the Shibuya Now piece because it didn't have any content. By getting some quotes from people on the street would at least make for useful filler. That gave him a sudden idea. He'd take on the vigilante story himself and have Chiaki handle Shibuya Now. That was plenty of work to keep 2 people occupied throughout the day. The more time-consuming market story would have to be cut. Okay, I made the wrong decision, I guess. After explaining what kind of interviews he was after, Minori Kawa hung up. Okay, I've gotten us another writer. Though Toyama somehow... Oh, through Toyama somehow. Toyama shrugged gloomily. Yeah, well, the thing is, there's actually one more problem. Are you kidding me? Minori Kawa couldn't hide the irritation in his voice. What is it now? The loan company is sending a debt collector over at 4 o'clock, but as you can imagine, I don't have a single yen to give them. That's less than ideal, yeah? Ideal, yeah? So what's the plan? Well, they've said provisionally that if next month's issue gets published, they'll be willing to wait on repayment. Then there's no problem. The issue's coming out guaranteed. But they're not going to take my word on that anymore. I'm going to need to prove it. If you could fill, say, half of the 12 pages by the time they show up, I could probably convince them. Alright, Minori Ikawa said wearily. So for starters, we need 6 pages by 4 o'clock. They had to get all 12 pages done, as it was. That made a perfect midpoint to shoot for. Any other problems you'd like to let me know about? No, Toyama said, that's all. I really am sorry about this. Minori Kawa, again, he bowed his head low. Minori Kawa felt distinctively awkward. He had known Toyama for years, and had never been kowtowed to like this before. Let's take a look here. Okay. Yeah, well, just let me handle it, alright? Minori Kawa unfolded a map of Shibuya. First order of business was deciding where to begin getting content. He marked the editing office with a circle, then circled where to head next. Diet Drink Sales Demo Center guy? Where are they now? Sakura Gakoi Theater Ace? Society of Surveillance? Sexy Squared. Midoriyama Academy. Midoriyama Academy, a university associated with the Midoriyama High School. Notable alumni include famous actress Masami Nagahama and National High School Baseball Championship winning pitcher the Tissue Prince. Its educational philosophy is summed up in the slogan, Word, Skill, and Beauty. A very high percentage of winners of Miss Midoriyama contests go on careers in the entertainment industry. Shibuya Vigilantes, location to be decided. The diet drink sales demo was at 1 o'clock, and the interview with Shinosuke Arai for Where Are They Now was slated for 2:30, so those times were set. The question was what to do in the interim. Hey, it was a little early, but maybe you should go to the center guy and get an interview at the diet drink sales demo. It was a bit of a hike, but maybe he should go to Doganzaka and check out Endotronics. Let's go with this one. It was a little early, but maybe he should go to... Okay. Once the event started, things might be too busy for him to get any FaceTime. If he got there ahead of time, maybe he'd be able to ask more questions. Hello, Miss Midnight. Thanks for the host. Okay, I'm heading out. And don't even think about doing anything else stupid while I'm gone. Got it? Minorikawa tossed the draft proposal into his bag and hurried out of Heaven Publishing. I'm trying to read fast here and I'm messing up. Preparations for the Burning Hammer Diet Drink Sales demo seemed to be well underway when he arrived at the Nokain building. Minorikawa could hear voices from somewhere ahead as he made his way down the corridor. He knocked on the door and a tired-looking man poked his head out. Yes, can I help you? Hi, my name's Minorikawa. I'm a freelance writer. I'd like to interview you about Burning Hammer. Huh? Oh, an interview? The man's face lit up with an enormous smile. Are you the person in charge then? Minorikawa asked. That's me. Name's Junichi Yanagishida. Thanks for your interest in Burning Hammer. Drink all you want and just burn those pounds away. Instant sales pitch, eh? Well, at least the guy was confident in his product. Is that the tagline actually true? Minorikawa asked. The more you drink, the more you lose. Absolutely. Have a try for yourself and you'll see. Here, a free sample. Yanishida produced a small bottle from his jacket pocket. It was filled with some kind of red liquid. So this is Burning Hammer, huh? Yes, and I don't mind telling you, it's a fantastic product. The smile on Yanishida's face spread from ear to ear. Minorikawa opened the bottle. Oh, hey, Yanishida said quickly. Before you drink that, what? You're not on an empty stomach right now, are you? Minorikawa blinked. What? Well, it's just if you drink the product on an empty stomach, how do I put this? There's some minor health. I mean, it's just the body might not, or it's just, look, don't sweat the details, it's fine, Minorikawa said. I didn't have any breakfast this morning, but hey. He tipped the tiny bottle back and drained it in a single go. It didn't taste bad, really. In fact, it didn't taste much of anything. Not much flavor, huh? He said. Well, yeah, it starts out that way in the beginning. Are you feeling alright? Alright, how? Just, alright. Are you sure you're feeling fine? Look, what is it? Minorikawa asked. If you want to say something, just say it. Well, alright then. So it turns out that if you drink it in an empty stomach, some nasty stuff can happen. Nasty stuff meaning what exactly? Well, let's see. First, there's a tingling sensation on the tongue. Indeed, an uncomfortable tingling was starting to spread along Minorikawa's tongue. After that, your whole body starts to get hot, like whoosh. Minorikawa felt a flush spread across his skin. You'll start sweating all over. Sweat was practically streaming from his pores. A sort of steam will start coming out of your ears and nose. Water vapor began to gush from his ears and nostrils as if a kettle had reached a boil. And finally, before Minorikawa could hear what the last thing was, his body launched into the air like a rocket. His head crashed into the ceiling and crumpled right back to the floor. It felt like his heart might shoot out from his throat at any moment. Yeah, it goes kind of like that. Yangishida finished. He looked down at Minorikawa with pity in his eyes. It goes kind of like that? What the hell are you thinking, saying something like this? Well, it's just, this isn't a diet aid. It's a death trap. Minorikawa shuddered, his whole body racked with pain. Well, be fair now, I did ask whether or not you were on an empty stomach. Go to hell, you psychopath! You can't be allowed to sell this poison. I'm taking you down. Clutching at the pen as if it were a sword, Minorikawa lurched to his feet, his mind little more than a blur. Die! He lunged for his foe. Yamashita screamed. Over the course of the next 2 hours, Minorikawa chased the diet drink salesman around the building in a berserk haze. When someone finally alerted the police, it took 4 officers to subdue him. And when he finally came to his senses in his detention cell, the 4-star general gossip deadline had long since passed. He turned and faced the wall, muttering to himself, "If only I'd eaten breakfast." Bad end. I'm okay, how are you, Miss Midnight? Feeling the burn. Drinking burning hammer turned him into a raging maniac who wound up getting himself arrested. So yeah, showing up at the sales demo ahead of schedule, bad call. Maybe when he had time to kill, he should have visited Endo Electronics instead. Yeah, I just wanted to see it for itself. That was pretty funny though. No. Choose in the first interview. Here we go. It was a bit of a hike, but maybe he should go to Doganzaka and check out Endo Electronics. Yeah, that should give him what he needed to put together the Society of Surveillance piece. Okay, I'm heading down. Don't even... Yep. Got it. Okay. Here we go. Exiting the building, he hopped into the taxi that was waiting outside. Thanks for waiting. Can you get me to Doganzaka ASAP? Son of a bitch. Minorikawa bristled. I beg your pardon? That son of a bitch you wanted to give a piece of your mind, sir? Was he waiting for you like you expected? Oh, yeah. And I damn well did give him a piece of my mind, too. Glad to hear it, sir. The taxi sped off. Minorikawa pulled out the proposal and looked it over again. The idea for the surveillance story revolved around the claim that hidden cameras had been installed throughout Shibuya shopping districts, upwards of 500 of them. Supposedly, these had eliminated lots of blind spots and the crime rate in the area had dropped significantly. The cameras were managed by Daisuke Endo, the owner of Endo Electronics and chairman of the local downtown committee. That was Minorikawa's first mission. Then he needed to get this guy's story. Scanning the side of the road, Minorikawa finally spotted a rundown electronics shop. The sign out front, which looked like it might fall off at any moment, read Endo Electronics. Right here's fine. The taxi stopped and Minorikawa pulled a 10,000 yen bill from his wallet. Keep the change, he said. What? Look, don't sweat it. My name's Minorikawa, and I'm a freelance writer. I care about two things, what's real and what's true. That's real worth to what you've done for me. Or there's real worth to what you've done for me. There's my token of my appreciation. That's not much, but please take it. Minorikawa slid out of the taxi and headed for the electronics store. Inside, Endo Electronics looked more like a mountain of hoarded junk than an actual business. Towering piles of ancient appliances stretched toward the ceiling. Old television sets with dial knobs leaned against computers with 5-inch floppy drives. 5-inch floppy drives, storage medium for personal computers in production from 1976 to 2001. Magnetic discs are sheathed in paper or plastic jackets and are known for their tendency to flop around in one's hand. Technically speaking, they are 5.25 inches in diameter. incidentally, Door Door. Released in 1983, the debut title from the game's producer, Koichi Nakamura, was produced in the 5-inch floppy version. What possible use could there be for all this outdated stuff? Mr. Endo, are you in here? Minoru Ikawa called out. Nobody came to greet him. The shop was definitely open, though. Surely the proprietor hadn't left it unattended. Hey, Mr. Endo. Come on, I know you're in there. After a short wait, Minoru Ikawa heard sounds from the living space behind the shop. The door opened and revealed a tired-looking middle-aged man. Yeah, what do you want? Are you Mr. Endo? Minoru Ikawa asked. I am, the man said guardedly. And I'm sorry, but I'm in the middle of something at the moment. Could you come back tomorrow, or please just give me a minute? I'm a freelance writer. Name's Minoru Ikawa. Minoru Ikawa showed Endo his business card. I'm writing an article for 4-Star General Gossip. A magazine piece, huh? Precisely, so if I could get a little of your time today? Phone rang, cutting him off before he could get down to business. I'm sorry, you'll have to excuse me for a moment. Endo reached into the clutter and pulled out a telephone. Hello, Endo Electronics. Proprietor listened for a moment, then raised an eyebrow. Yeah, that's a problem, alright. Alright, understood. I'll try to get a hold of the customer then. Endo set the receiver back down. What was that all about? Minoru Ikawa asked. Oh, yesterday I sold a dry ice machine, and the manufacturer just called to let me know the model is defective. Defective? Apparently once it starts making dry ice, it won't stop. I need to tell the customer I have to recall the machine and refund their deposit. Please give me a moment. Endo sifted through some sales slips, read a number off of one, and made a phone call. Nobody picked up on the other end, however. That's right, he grumbled to himself. He said they had some performance today. Performance? Minoru Ikawa asked. I sold it to a guy from theater troupe. From some theater troupe. They're called the Wandering Angels or something? Wandering Angels. A theater troupe run by Shinosuke Arai. This afternoon at 5:30 p.m. they are performing at their 22nd piece, Au revoir. Right now, all the actors are already at the theater except for Akiyomi Mondo, who plays the rival of the main character Ryu. The angry production chief has sent his assistant to Mondo's apartment, but he does not yet know what awaits him there. Continues in the Tale of the Wandering Angels, Episode 2, 6 episodes in all. The Wandering Angels? That was Shinosuke's Arai's theater troupe. Minoru Ikawa had an interview with him booked for 2:30. Anyhow, what can I do for you? Minoru Ikawa hastily explained what he was after. Endo gave him a dubious look. As I said earlier, I'm a bit busy right now. Busy cleaning up, I hope. How do you get anything done in this mess? Why, are you this rude to all your interview subjects? 5 minutes. Just give me 5 minutes of your time, please. You've got to be joking. Go on, get the hell out of here. Endo headed for his back room in a huff. Fine, then I'll just have to write about what you've already told me. Namely, that Endo Electronics sells defective merchandise. Huh? Just what are you implying? Did you or did you not sell that theater troupe a defective piece of equipment? Look, I'm going to get in touch with them as soon as I'm bidding. They're in a hurry preparing for their performance. I doubt you'll be getting through to them today. Endo bit his lip. Now that I have your attention, Minoru Ikawa said, let's make a deal. What kind of deal? I'm meeting with a member of the Wandering Angels a little later today. I can let them know about the dry ice machine for you. In exchange, all you have to do is give me my interview. Endo scowled. And where's your proof that you'll be meeting with the Wandering Angels? I might take advantage of a guy when he's down, Minoru Ikawa replied, but one thing I'm not is a liar. The The shopkeeper took a few moments to think about it. Fine, he grumbled. 5 minutes, that's all you get? Minorikawa whipped his notepad out of his coat like he was drawing a gun. Then let's get right down to it, shall we? Go right ahead. So I hear that over 500 surveillance cameras have been installed throughout Shibuya's shopping districts. Yes, that's right. Why so many? We used to have a lot of delinquents in town. Delinquents. Young people who act rowdy or cause trouble, often arcades or convenience store parking lots, and who frequently resort to petty theft and other mischief, also referred to in more outmoded terms as ruffians or hoodlums. Endo said the word with marked distaste. Oh yeah? I remember there being some problem kids around. They were real punks. They vandalized my signs, made a mess of my storehouse. They were just awful. I see. Minorikawa scribbled diligently in his notepad. Heck, my own son put together a sort of vigilante squad to help teach those punks a lesson. Wait. Vigilante squad? Whoa, hold up right there for a sec. Minorikawa jutted out his hand to interrupt. This guy's son was part of a vigilante squad? What a stroke of luck. Maybe he could also provide some info for the article on the gangs of Shibuya. Sorry, I don't mean to get too far off topic here, but could you tell me the name of the group your son belongs to? They call themselves SOS. SOS, originally a group of well-meaning young people who would get together downtown as a sort of vigilante squad, trying to keep Shibuya clean and safe. In those days, the group never engaged in theft or other criminal activities. More recently, however, SOS has become one of the biggest gangs in Shibuya, resorting to defacing public property with graffiti. Defecating, I don't know where I got defecating. I just seen DEFACI and my mind automatically went to defecating. I don't know why. Public property with graffiti, shoplifting, and shaking people down for cash. Prided themselves on being top gang in Shibuya and all that. The top gang in Shibuya? Did I really just hit the jackpot right here? Not to pat myself on the back, but go me. All I have to do is step outside and the story finds me. I think I might be a natural at this. As it happens, I'd also like to interview people from SOS. Would you be able to get me in touch with your son? Yeah, sure, but you should know that my son isn't in the gang anymore. Okay, let's do this. Yes, midnight it is. Hitomi, look. There it was. A blue van had appeared nearby, parked in a spot that had been empty previously. Ichi couldn't see who was inside, but there was definitely something fishy about it. Besides, there weren't any other blue cars around, so this had to be it. He'd be right. The crooks had come back after all. I'm gonna go take a quick look, Ichi said. You wait here. But before he could carry out his plan, Hitomi jumped to her feet. Without a word, she rushed toward the van. Hold on! I said wait! She wasn't slowing down. Ichi caught hold of her arm. Wait! This could be dangerous. What if the kidnapper's in there? And what if my sister's in there? I have to help her. Ichi knew full well what it would be like what it was like to be impulsive. But this was one situation where cooler heads would have to prevail. We can't just hang out here, she insisted. What if the car takes off again? That's why I said I was gonna take a look first. But isn't that dangerous? What if they do something to my sister because some random guy comes snooping around? Oh, huh? Yeah, you got a point. Ichi thought as fast as he could. Criminal told Hiromi to get into the van. There had to be some specific reason for that. What if they were planning on to abduct her as well? Whatever the case, he couldn't just let her go. He had to make a snap decision. Hey, look, let me go first. I don't want to put you at any risk. Okay, let's go together then. Does that work for you? I pumped myself going first. Look, just let me go first. I don't want to put you at any risk. Hiromi's determination wavered at the look in Ichi's eyes. Please, he continued, we have no idea who or what we might run into. If I think they're gonna try to run off again, I'll give some signal. Then you can come along, and I doubt they'll be interested in leaving then. Hiromi gave a reluctant nod. Please be careful. Will do. And tell me if my sister's in there. I will, you can count on it. Ichi stepped out into the open and started walking toward the van. He tried his best to look as if he wasn't paying it any attention. Yep, I am just an ordinary passerby. As he got nearer, he tried to sneak a glimpse inside. The van's dark window film made it hard to see who might be inside or even how many people. Casually, he moved closer still to get a better look. Suddenly, the sliding door burst open and several people jumped out. None of them were Japanese. Within moments, Ichi was surrounded. Whoa, what? Hey, what's the deal? Ichi said. He let out a little chuckle. Man, this thing must be packed. How many seats you got in that thing anyway? He took another step toward the vehicle and looked inside. One of the men pulled a knife from inside his jacket, thrusting it out at Ichi's direction. He probably meant it as a simple threat, but on reflex, Ichi went into self-defense mode, kicking him right in the jaw. There was a loud crack as his foot connected. The man dropped out like a light. The others stared, then rushed him. Well, this sure hadn't gone as planned. Too late to take it back now. The damage was done. Ichi was just going to have to take it out the rest of these punks too. He nimbly shifted his feet, evading their initial attack. Having to take these guys on 3-1 was going to be pretty. Ichi! He heard Hiromi cry out. Crap. He hadn't given any signal, but she had come out of hiding anyway. Hiromi, stay back! How was he supposed to fight off 3 guys and protect her at the same time? What could he do? What should he do? Within moments, a number of passerbys had gathered around the fight. Maybe he heard Hiromi shouting, Hey, what's going on? Oh my god, is that a knife? This ain't some petty squabble. Someone call the police. Some of them began taking photos with their cell phones. One of the men cursed in frustration, then signaled for his buddies to get back into the car. Ichi couldn't stop them. The engine roared to life and the van sped away. Knowing he'd never catch them on foot, Ichi merely watched it go. He failed. This was his fault, all of it. Ichi bit his lip hard. How could he possibly face Hiromi now? Ichi. Hiromi's voice was hollow, empty. Ichi stared down at his feet like a scolded child. I'm sorry. I didn't see whether your sister was in there or not. I see. Those words, the words, so simple and matter of fact, stung him to the heart. I'm so sorry. But Hiromi simply shook her head. The fact that she wasn't even chewing him out made him feel all the worse. I know I messed up, but he was going to say I'll make it up for it somehow, but he froze with fear at what he saw next. Across the street staring at them was the man with the cane. Hiromi, it's him. They had to get out of here. He grabbed Hiromi by the hand and bolted down Naganzaka. The assassin followed, staying on his side of the road. Ichi wasn't sure what to do. Should they try heading into the alley's side street again? No, it was more dangerous to head someplace where there'd be fewer witnesses. Best to stick to Dog and Sokka for now. The men wouldn't be able to gun them down if they managed to lose themselves in the crowd along Cinder Guy first. Besides, the guy had to use a cane. Ichi and Hidomi could outrun him. Hand in hand, they sped along Dogantaka and through the intersection in front of the 109 building. Come on, Hidomi, just a little further. Okay. She was panting, but she pressed on. Ichi risked a glance back over his shoulder. Huh? He stopped in surprise. What's wrong? Hidomi asked. That guy, he's not following us. The slope leading down to the intersection wasn't all that steep. Intersection. Several plainclothes detectives have been hiding amidst the crowd in the intersection as part of the kidnapping stakeout. Right now, Director Kuze is sending a message to all officers over the wireless, and so the detectives have stopped to listen in. It's a bit unusual. An observant individual might notice. It was strange that the gunman hadn't bothered to pursue. Still, there was no time to worry about his behavior right now. Hidomi, can you still run? Yes, I'm alright. Then this is our chance, this way. They needed to put plenty of distance between them before the assassin came after them again. But they also needed to find the van again and rescue Hidomi's sister. Would they be able to find it and yet stay hidden from the man with the cane? Ichi wasn't sure one way or the other, but with Hidomi in tow, he hurried onward along Cinder Guy. To be continued. Oh my. Alright. So that's 2 to be continued. Let's go with, let's continue with Minorikawa. My son isn't Gain anymore. Oh, Minorikawa hesitated? Guess he's of no use to me then. Oh, believe me, I know how you feel. The look on Endo's face spoke volumes. There was no point in interviewing Endo's son if he wasn't with the Gain anymore. It figured that Minorikawa's run of good luck would end eventually. Still, he'd gotten the lead on the form of a name, SOS. That was progress. Alright, so back to the matter at hand. Flipped his notepad back open. What did you decide to do about all the juvenile delinquents? I set up a tiny little web camera in order to protect my property. Web camera. The camera is designed to send video information to a computer via the internet. Look carefully and you can often spot them outside private residences and even on public streets, where they are installed for use in surveillance. Given the risks of transmitted data being intercepted, the images recorded by such cameras are generally encrypted to prevent playback by unauthorized third parties. Many landmarks and attractions make their camera footage publicly available online. Yes, that's true. Actually, I know a house nearby that secretly does it. They told me once before on it, because there was an incident that happened out by here. And they went back through the playback of, like, you know, the recordings, and they let us know something happened or whatever. Anyway, I'm not gonna get into it, but yeah, that, and also my city has cameras around different parts. The closest one to me is about not even a 5-minute drive. But anyway, walk-wise, it's like 15 minutes. Alright. I set up a tiny little web camera in order to protect my property. I see. And I'm guessing the webcam did the trick? Sure did, and so the other local businesses heard about it and started asking me to install some for them. Web cameras aren't particularly expensive, so it wasn't too tough to set them up all over downtown. So who's in charge of these security cameras? Members of the Downtown Business Committee take turns. The cameras are connected via wireless network that business owners can access through the area. Wireless network, a LAN, or local area network, a communication system that can only be used within a limited geographical area. A wireless LAN transmits using electronic signals, although convenient because it does not require cable attachments. There is a risk of signals conveyed in this way being intercepted by a third party. How's the security for this wireless network? Oh, no problems on that front. Endo seemed surprised at the question. All of the footage sent over the network is fully encrypted. Encryption is the process of encoding data that is indecipherable by a third party. Restoring encrypted data to its initial form requires what is called a key. A program designed for this purpose. There are two main types of such cryptographic systems. Secret key crypto systems use the same key for both encryption and decryption. Publicly encrypted systems use a public key to encrypt the data, but require a private key known by the recipient in order to decrypt. But still, people can't feel too good about being recorded on camera without their knowledge, don't you think? Minorikawa asked. The shopkeeper's expression darkened. We hope to strike a balance between crime and prevention and protect individual privacy. And who determines what that balance is? Minorikawa let a note of challenge slip into his voice. That would be me. I've been entrusted with the management of the security cameras. I see. So essentially you're providing your own moral oversight. Are you implying that I'm abusing my authority? Indo shot back. I'm doing this in the name of public order, right? You've got your 5 minutes. You've had your 5 minutes. Now get out of here. The shopkeeper stood up and headed into the back. I'll be sure to let the Wandering Angels know about the dry ice machine. Minorikawa halted at the closing door. Wandering Angels, Episode 2. When Akiomi Mondo didn't show up at the theater at the meetup time, production assistant Yukio Tezuka went to call on him at his apartment. Upon arriving, Tezuka found that the place had been staked out by debit collectors. Mondo had borrowed 300,000 yen and they wouldn't leave him alone until he paid up. It looked like the only way to save Mondo was to give the debit collectors operating funds for the theater. But before Tezuka could head back to relay the news, the props master Shinichi Bando showed up. Continued in episode 3. Okay. Endo didn't reply. Minorikawa had gotten enough of a story to put an article together, so he decided to hurry it to a coffee shop and get started on some coffee. He was making his way down along the Okanzaka when the cell phone rang. The incoming call display showed Chiaki's name. Chiaki, what's going on? Oh, it's no use. She sounded like she was on the verge of tears. What's no use? I can't do this. I just can't talk to people passing by on the street. What? Why not? It's just that everyone seems so busy when they're walking past. If I try to interrupt them, they're gonna be all mad at me. Well, who the hell cares if they get mad? Minorikawa was ready to start ripping his hair out. I don't want them to be mad at me, she whimpered again. Well, this wasn't about what she wanted, was it? She was supposed to be working, not whining. Look, Chiaki, you need to get me those interviews, period. Do I make myself clear? He hung up before she could squeeze in an objection. Damn it, Minorikawa muttered. Just what I needed, one more thing to worry about. He pulled at his hair a few times, then cast a worrying gaze in the direction of Shibuya Station. To be continued. That's the third one. I just need 2 more now. 5 hours just for this. Good grief. And here I am, like, looking around on the internet, trying to figure out what it is that I was missing out on. Boy. Let's do Osawa. The stuff I read before. Mr. Osawa, are you going somewhere? Oh. Oh, yeah, okay. I mean, I've seen this before, but the words aren't familiar. Osawa went to let Tanaka know he was meeting with Makino. Mr. Osawa, are you going somewhere? A stolid-looking man in the hallway almost been waiting for Osawa to emerge. It was Yoshiro Kajiwara, one of the detectives from Shibuya Precinct. Yoshiro Kajiwara, a detective with the Shibuya Precinct's Criminal Investigation Division. He is sociable but awkward, and despite his reverse personality, he can be quite unsettling. His colleagues at the precinct refer to him by nicknames, such as Japanese Columbo, that's pretty awesome, and Little Ken Takakura, given his quirky demeanor as a detective. He struck Osawa as a bit too soft-spoken and meek for a detective, really, and his treatment of the kidnapping case gave an impression of lightly detachment that made him seem rather undependable. No, not really. Have there been any developments, Detective? Kajiwara shook his head quietly. I'm sorry, sir. I'm not really sure what to tell you. Kajiwara then slipped a hand into his suit pocket. He pulled out a banana. Are you hungry? These are good for you when you're tired. I'm fine. Thanks, Osawa said. Kajiwara seemed to lack a detective's sense of situational awareness. Just being around him got on Osawa's nerves. Well, sir, I need you to come with me, the detective said, if you don't mind. He took Osawa by the arm. As Kajiwara hurried him toward the living room, Osawa could hear other detectives talking on the other side of the door. He's working at a time like this? Seriously? Sheesh, I do not get rich people and their priorities. Yeah, I feel bad for his daughter. Her dad's a real piece of work. Nice, they were bad-mouthing him in his own house. Oh, I'm really sorry about all that, Kajiwara said, pausing in embarrassment. Osawa pushed past him and opened the door. A number of police detectives had holed up in the living room. They went suddenly silent as Osawa entered. So tell me, he said sarcastically, would you rather I stay here weeping as I watch this disaster unfold? The detectives winced and grimaced. Forgive me for not being the perfect father, he added, his hostility building. Kajiwara stepped forward to intervene before things got out of hand. Now, let's not be touchy. I am not being touchy, Osawa snapped. But he knew full well that he was. These guys had the time to sit around backbiting him, but not go out and bring Maria to safety. Already close to half a day had gone by without any developments. The ransom demand had come in the previous night at 8 o'clock. Maria had been abducted roughly an hour before. Tomorrow, 10 a.m. by Hachiko and Shibuya, have the sister Hidomi bring 50 million yen. If not, the girl's life is forfeit. The kidnapper called only once, so the police were unable to run a trace. I'll do it, Hidomi said. Anything for my sister. She didn't hesitate in the slightest at the suggestion that she make the ransom handoff. Sawa was staunchly opposed to the idea, but the police were of the opinion that it was better to acquiesce to the kidnapper's demands. I could be wrong on pronouncing that. AI's reaction, on the other hand, baffled nearly everyone. We don't have 50 million just lying around. Are the police going to be putting that together for us? Kajiwara stepped in to reassure her. Comes down to it, the police will be able to help raise the money. Okay, go ahead, then do it. We need you to pay it back afterwards. Though, of course... Well then, what's the point of that? AI's voice spiked up to a piercing shriek. Calm down, Osawa told her. You're making a scene. AI turned away in a huff. It's all right, Detective Osawa continued. I'll talk to the bank first thing tomorrow morning, figure something out. At that, AI stormed out of the room. Kajiwara bowed his head several times in apology. As soon as Hidomi had made contact, we'll apprehend the suspect and take things from there. What? Hold on. Won't that put Marie in danger? If we let the kidnapper get away with the money, we have no proof that he will return the hostage safely afterwards. There was a certain logic there Osawa had to concede. I see, he said. So you're saying that catching this guy will be easier for you if he keeps my daughter hostage? No, that's not what I was implying at all. Kajiwara wiped the sweat off his brow and bowed profusely. At least I promise we'll get your daughter back safe and sound, Mr. Osawa. Obviously there was nothing to be gained from further challenging the detectives. Alright then. I'll let the police do their job. Osawa bowed even lower than Kajiwara had. How long are you going to just loaf around? AI shrieked as she stormed into the room. Hurry up and arrest this guy. She was becoming increasingly hysterical. An hour had passed since the suspect had taken the money, and yet the police had made no effort to apprehend him. The police apparently had a rule against discussing an operation before it was fully resolved, and so was Asawa's had been left in the dark. But they had overheard the task force talking over the wireless, and it appeared that they were deliberately letting the suspect roam free. Hey, AI snapped again. If he gets away with our money, you are going to reimburse us, right? Osawa scowled. She made it sound like the money was more important than Maria's life. The detectives exchanged uneasy glances. Osawa chided his wife. It's only money, it doesn't matter. Osawa said nothing. I'm going to go with it's only money, it doesn't matter. Osawa chided his wife. It's only money, it doesn't matter. Only money? Are you serious? Do you have any idea how much we're talking about here? The ferocity in her voice left him with no response. He should have known better than to expect her to make sacrifices for his daughters. But by now he was accustomed to AI's coldness toward the two girls. The twins were Osawa's daughters from his first wife, who passed away 15 years earlier. AI had no blood ties to Maria or Hidomi herself. Well, AI continued, are the police going to reimburse us or not? She glared pointedly at Kajiwara. Well, right now we're focused on making sure Maria is safe. AI stormed up to him, shouting right in his face, Stop dodging the question, answer me! Yes, of course, Kajiwara squeaked. Maybe, would you like something to eat to help you calm down? He held out a banana. AI smacked it out of his hand. Oh dear, what a waste. Kajiwara scrambled to retrieve the fruit from the floor. Osawa went over to Tanaka and whispered into his ear, I'm going to meet with Mr. Makino. Tanaka nodded silently. Turning, Osawa saw Kajiwara looking in their direction. They made eye contact, but Osawa quickly looked away and strode out of the living room. Well, it is a visual novel, Miss Midnight. Kajiwara followed after him. Excuse me, Mr. Osawa. Yes, what is it? The detective fussed sheepishly with his hair and forced a smile. Sir, we'd appreciate if you could remain in the living room as such as possible. Osawa was in no mood to stand on propriety. Look, I've got a ton of work to do, he said. Are you here to tell me to play the role of the grieving father, too? No, not at all. Personally, I happen to think you're an admirable father, Mr. Osawa. Admirable? Did the word have a ring of sarcasm? He had no way to tell if Kajiwara was being forthright with him or not. You're no ordinary fellow, Mr. Osawa. You're a genius. Genius? Me? Osawa made a skeptical noise. Am I mistaken, sir? You made very important strides in the fields of virus research. Or, well, so I've been told. Osawa wasn't sure how to respond. He had never considered himself a genius. He was just someone who was more interested in viruses than he was in other people. Everyone who's a genius is also a little bit odd after all, Kajiwara went on. Probably he'd intended that like a compliment, but still. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with weirdos. So long as they leave us ordinary folks alone, you know? Is this guy trying to praise me or insult me? Osawa let out a heavy sigh. Genius, weirdo, what did it even matter? As long as he could be left to his work, he didn't care one whit how he looked in other people's eyes. Kajiwara wiped the sweat off his forehead with a handkerchief. By the way, what are you working on right now? He asked. I'm afraid you wouldn't understand even if I explained it to you. Osawa replied. Right. Precisely. Even if I gave it my full attention, it would still be beyond me. He peered with sudden intensity at Osawa's face. I'd appreciate if you didn't hide things from me, sir, he said. Osawa gaped at a loss for words. Oh, I'm so sorry, Kajiwara added hurriedly. Goodness, that made it sound like I'm accusing you of hiding something, didn't I? The detective bowed his head repeatedly. I hope you'll forgive me. He held out the banana. That won't be necessary. How about this, then? This time he pulled out a bar of chocolate from his pocket. No, thank you. Did this guy just carry an endless food supply wherever he went? Oh my, Kajiwara murmured. You geniuses are really tough to sort out. He inclined his head, mumbling to himself for a moment. What can I get for you, then, sir? What I'd really like is some time by myself. In the days of expiration, Osawa felt his way to his study. Locking the door, he finally let out the breath he'd been holding. Then his eyes alighted on the bookshelf against the wall. He pulled out a photo album and began to flip through it. There were pictures of his daughter's grade school enrollment ceremony. Their mother had already passed away from illness, so Osawa had taken the girls himself. He remembered that after the ceremony, Hitomi had come down with a fever. Hitomi had been rather sickly as a girl, fallen bedridden at the drop of a hat. Maria, by contrast, had been lively and energetic, quite a handful. Osawa had found it remarkable that their personalities could be different despite them being twins. He flipped further into the album. There was a picture of the three of them at their grade school graduation. Maria was looking away from the camera. Osawa felt like someone had stabbed a dagger in his heart. His daughters, or virology? Which truly concerned him more? Which did he truly love? It was ridiculous to try to compare the two. He'd known the answer before he even asked himself. Even so, human emotions were complicated and sometimes made people act inconsistently. One of the consequences of that was this photo album. This was the last photo he had of Maria. He searched and searched through the rest of the album, but She was nowhere else to be found. To be continued. One last person left to go. Somehow I managed to drag myself away from the shop. Just a few minutes later, I ran into Mr. Oh, yeah. I did read this part already. Oh, man. Hey Tomo, I had to look up online to figure out what it was that I went wrong because I was like stuck because I was either at a bad end or a keep out. So I was like looking around and I just wasn't seeing what I needed to do or where I had to go. So I had to like look it up online. That took about 10 minutes. Maybe it'll no, maybe not 10 minutes. I don't know. It took took a bit anyway, and then I finally, like, you know, it dawned on me what I needed to do. Like, I was looking at, like, yeah, well, I found 2 walkthroughs. One was incomplete, and then the other one was what's the word I'm looking for? One of them was incomplete. Then the other one was more complete, but I didn't quite understand it with how they had it written. And then I had to like look around it a little bit more, and yeah, now I'm just finishing this up for this hour. I've been streaming for over 5 hours. And I feel like I wasted an hour to 2 hours, maybe, figuring out what it is I needed to do. Anyway. And then when I realized what I needed to do, I felt stupid afterwards. But anyway. So yeah. You basically come to the end there. I don't know how much longer this is going to go on for, but I am starving. I am hungry. You have no idea. So I'm trying to go through this as quick as possible because I'm hungry. Looking back on it, it was a pretty ridiculous turn of events. Still, if I was going to make my hands on that necklace, I had to get the chance. I had to take the chance that this job would pay out. I doubt we're gonna be able to sell a single bottle of this crap, Teary whispers in my ear. Loud motorcycle. Anyway, I'll just have to do the best I can, I say. I say it more to myself than anyone else. Once again, I ask myself, why am I such in a rush to get this necklace anyway? I honestly don't know. It's the strangest thing. I try my hardest to think of a reason, but all I get is a dull aching throb in the back of my head. It's the same pain I felt earlier, as if I'd gotten a good bonk on the head or something. To be continued. Well, that was that then. once he's dead, you'll understand. He's right back where we started. Buddy, you're a weirdo. Eels and I are one and the same. Please keep this email a secret. 12 to 1 o'clock. Bronze trophy achieved. Cat's out of the bag. Now we're at the 12 o'clock block. Oh my god, I'm drained. Just reading out all this stuff out loud and trying to figure out what's what. That, and I'm hungry. I'm just wiped. I'm wiped right now. I'm just like... Oh, Lord. Tomo, you still there? How knowledgeable are you with The Sims 4? For the 11 o'clock to 12 o'clock hour, yeah. Now I gotta do the 12 o'clock to 13 o'clock hour. This game's hours go from 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 12 to 13, 14 to 15, 15 to 16, and then 17 to 18. And that's the end of it. You know, a thing or two. Okay. I don't know. There's some questions I have on doing certain things in that game. So it's just thought maybe see if you were very knowledgeable about it. So yeah. So I'm only on like... So technically there's like 8 hours to this game, in a sense. And I'm just getting on hour 3. This is going to be a long one. And with that being said, yeah, play on PC though. Let's just say this. I'm trying to get the trophies in PS4. So I can't think of like what the questions are offhand, but yeah. But anyway, you've been playing for a hot minute, yeah. I tried to stream for at least 2 hours, but for a game like this and me reading everything out loud, you know, I tried not to go too long, but in this case I had no other choice. Just a heads up, just in case if you're interested, right now for the PlayStation and Xbox, maybe probably even for the PC, could be wrong, there is a for Americans anyway, for a limited time, I think it's until June 29th, you can pay 99 cents for just a 1 month, what's the word I'm looking for? A 1 month subscription to EA Access, which you basically get access to their games. If you're on the PS4, you only get access to this, you know, this month's game, or not this month's games, but this generation's games. Whereas if you go to get it on the PS or the Xbox, you get access to this generation's games and some of EA's last generation's games as well from the Xbox 360. And I'm not sure if that 99 cents enrolls for the PC crowd or not, but I'm assuming it is. I can't see why it wouldn't be. That's all I know, yeah. It takes a lot out of you. I mean, usually, like, when I'm playing the game there, I'm kind of, like, focused. I do some talking, but not as much as this. I feel like I just read, like, half a book. Anyway, yeah, I'm thinking on, oh, and for Canadian-wise, it's not 99 cents for the month, it's $1.49. But the original full price, I think, for the EA Access for Americans, it's $4.99. I'm not sure if that would be the same price for us here or not. I don't think it is. I think it may be like a little bit higher than that. Actually, no, it is the same price. Interestingly enough, because I remember looking at it on PSN there last night when I found out about this deal. After I was done part 1 of this game. But, the thing that got me the thing that kind of had me scratching my head was the original price for the membership is $4.99. That's for American and Canadians. But this subscription deal for for the limited time deal is 99 cents American, but yet it's not the same for Canadians. That it's $1.49. Go figure. I know things cost more in Canadian, but the original price being $5 American and also Canadian, that's kind of what throws me off. But anyway, take a break if you need to. Oh, I am. I'm done this game for the night. Seriously, I definitely need a rest from this game. I'll be picking this game back up tomorrow, obviously, but yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to mention the EA thing, in case maybe you had kind of somewhat interest into it. I'm gonna probably be giving it a try just for the month, but I'm gonna get it more closer to the date of June 29th, so I know when it's more closer to ending. Just gotta make sure I don't get certain games there on that, because if I do, then it'll overwrite my PS Plus subscription based free games from EA. So, anyway. Alright. Well, I'd like to thank B-Gamer for popping in. Tomo Arigato for popping in. And I want to thank Miss Midnight for popping in and hosting me as well. And for anybody else who that had lurked, thank you for watching as well. I didn't mention that last night, which is shameful of me because I normally do. I like to thank my lurkers. I'm going to be playing more of this tomorrow, but for now, I'm going to go stuff my face and just unwind from playing the game. It's not got me wound up, but it's just, I just want to sit back and relax. So, anyway, thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed my Let's Play of this so far. See you next video, or next part.